Okay, good afternoon, everybody. We're going to go ahead and come to order. We'll take care of some housekeeping things first before we get started with our formal presentation. First of all, we cannot block the doors. So, Madam Manager, if we can get some help from GPD, we cannot block the doors. Also, as we're getting settled here, we do have live feed broadcasts going on, both out in the hallway. There's two TVs and audio. Y'all, if you could come to order just so we can get through our housekeeping stuff. Okay, ma'am, if we could come to order. So there are spaces out in the hallway. If you can, if you'd like, you can go out there and listen and follow and participate. There's also plenty of room downstairs. We've got a conference room down there. It's got plenty of comfortable seating. Ma'am, we do not allow signs inside the auditorium. It's all. It is full. Okay. Ma'am, we do not allow signs or any kind of displays inside the chambers. We do not allow signs or any kind of displays inside the chamber. And so anything that is said in here, you can hear out in the hallways. You can also watch on TV. And so you'll be able to come and go and participate that way. One of our commissioners chose to leave because she is worried about the number of people in chambers here. We do have a upswing in cases of COVID, and so we want everybody to try to be as cautious and healthy as possible while they're in this public meeting and participating. I will also kind of give you a run of the order today, so all of you can be prepared for that. The first thing is we'll call our meeting to order and adopt our agenda. This is a workshop, meaning that no formal action will be taken by the commission today. This is an informational meeting and an opportunity to hear from all of you. And then following the presentations, we will hear public comment. And then following public comment, we will turn back to the commission for any follow-up questions and for the commissioners to share their views and thoughts. It is important for me to make sure that everybody is heard from and nobody is excluded. And so there have been sign-up cards being delivered to the clerk. I understood we had some more printed up. And so we'll make sure that you are able to get your hands on one of those. If you didn't turn one in already, hand those to the clerk, and then she will call everyone up in the order in which she received those comment cards. I also want to respectfully ask that we make sure that this is an open and welcoming chamber and civic space. We want everyone to feel like their views are respected and heard. So as our rules stay and the rules that have been adopted by the full commission, there's no cheering or jeering allowed. So that means no clapping or shouting or booing or we just expect everyone to respectfully listen to everyone else. And make sure that everyone's views are accepted and greeted with the same level of decorum and decency. And I know that my colleagues will do the same when it comes to how we participate in this conversation. So with that, we do have an agenda to adopt. Commissioner Chestnut, did you want to speak before the adoption of the agenda?
Just to say, if the clerk could please announce when the cards arrive. There's lots of people who don't
Sure,
have
yeah,
cards.
we'll
if you could make an announcement.
we'll get our staff to sort of circulate the 8. I didn't know what that 8 was for, but okay. Yeah, there's room outside, and people can circulate in and out as they so choose. Yeah, when the more cards come in, it looks like they are. Lauren's got them over there, Lauren Cameron. We can circulate those around and then pass them back up to the clerk. I will tell you, and this is my responsibility, but something the commission has asked me to do, that we want to make sure that everybody gets a fair chance to speak. And so we'll see how many cards have been turned in when we get to public comment, and then make a determination about how long each speaker will get. But we'll just have to see how many people turn cards in, and then do some simple math at that point. Okay, Commissioner Chestnut, was that the only?
That was it.
Okay, very good.
Mr. Mayor, there's space for about 8 people downstairs.
Okay, so 8 more seats, and again, it's nice and comfortable down there, and you'll be able to follow along just as you would up here. Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we adopt the agenda.
Okay, motion and second that we call meeting to order and adopt the agenda. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? That motion passes with Sacco and Duncan Walker absent. All right, so our first order of business.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
sorry, I'm just in my office for safety, but I was trying to vote. I just didn't get to the mute.
Oh, got it. Okay, so that was an aye as well. Okay, so we've got 2 closely related items on our agenda. The second affordable housing workshop, inclusionary exclusionary zoning, really is a follow-up from the workshops that we held out in the PULP, and get sort of a staff overview of the feedback that was received. But we'll start with the first exclusionary zoning item, discuss amendments to the comprehensive plan and land development code. And it's really, I need to make sure that when anybody is speaking, whether it's staff, members of the public, or members of the commission, that we're not interrupting. And I'm sure there will be conversations that you all want to have with one another as things come up. I just ask you to respectfully excuse yourself out in the hall where you can have your conversation at a reasonable level and not sort of disturb or interrupt the broader conversation. Okay, so with that, Madam Manager, I will turn it over to you, and I have a feeling to introduce Mr. Persons.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, Mr. Person and his staff person, Juan, they are here to talk about this item, but this item was presented to the commission prior to. We were asked to have some workshops in the community. We had 3 workshops, but we had one dedicated primarily to EZIZ. The other 2 workshops clearly included the topic, but beyond the one specific workshop that we had on exclusionary and inclusionary zoning, there were some neighborhood workshops that were requested. I think Commissioner Chestnut suggested it, the commission supported that. We've had 3 of those, and we're scheduled to have more. We've actually reached out to all 80 of the neighborhood associations. And many of them have asked, even beyond today's meeting, to have those meetings, and so we're 3 in and potentially many more to go, as requested by those neighborhood associations. But it has been an ongoing conversation, and Mr. Person is here to introduce the
Okay.
items.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Mr. Persons, welcome.
Thank you, Andrew Persons, Director, Department of Sustainable Development. I'm having a strong deja vu sense. It's bringing back fond memories. I did want to manager sort of took the words out of my mouth. Just stepping back a little bit, if you recall, back in August of 2020, the commission heard a comprehensive presentation about equitable development. Out of that, there was a multi-part motion that the commission made. One aspect of that motion was directing staff to go out and find help to do both a analysis of our codes related to the desire to end exclusionary zoning practice in our code, as well as do a feasibility analysis for adopting an inclusionary housing program, which would essentially create a requirement for market rate development to set aside a percentage of units for affordable housing. HRNA Advisors was selected by the commission. The report was delivered to the commission earlier this year in January. At that meeting, the commission directed staff to implement the recommendations from the report related to ending exclusionary zoning. That's what we're doing here tonight or this afternoon to talk to you about that. Juan Castillo in my department has been at the forefront and working with a lot of these code changes. In addition to the neighborhood and community workshops the manager mentioned, we've also had now 3 hearings with the City Plan Board where these items have been discussed. There are several items that you'll we'll talk about today that are yet to be taken up by the plan board. But they have taken some action on a few of the items, and Mr. Castillo will talk about that a little bit. But with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Castillo to kind of walk you through all the code items, and of course, we're around for any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Person.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Castillo, good to have you with us.
Thank you, and good afternoon, commissioners and mayor. For the record, my name is Juan Castillo. I'm a planner here with the Department of Sustainable Development. As Mr. Persons mentioned, I'll be going through the proposals currently for the exclusionary zoning item related to the recommendations from the HRNA report. Next slide.
Mr. Mounts, could I ask you to, I think that's Mr. Mounts. Oh, yeah, you're kind of right in front of the presentation there. Thank you.
So the next slide, just wanted to give you just a quick rundown as to basically our itinerary. We're going to be discussing 7 items before you today. They range between proposals for land use amendments to our comprehensive plan, our single-family land use, and amendments to our zoning districts to allow for small-scale multifamily development, as well as amendments to our compatibility buffers, occupancy limits, bedroom limits within the University of Florida context zone. We will be discussing the introduction of a new use, which we are calling neighborhood residential, and also definition and regulations associated with that use. So next slide, about 3 items down. We may be.
I think too, while we're sorting that out, if we can get it full screened as well, that would be a little bit helpful.
So while that's kind of being worked on, so just kind of a little overview, basically with our context within the city of Gainesville. The current situation that we're running into is, of course, as you know, we're trying to create flexibility for the development of more housing within the city of Gainesville. We want more people to be able to have the ability to live within our city, so we are proposing to have regulations that will facilitate the development of more housing. And these proposals have taken the form of, or have been inspired by some of the recommendations that the HRNA report have given to us. And I'm just going to go ahead and kind of go through them really quickly from memory. But the first proposal before you is an
Mr.
amendment
Castillo,
to.
just pause a second. I think they've about got it sorted out there. I think they're just trying to reshare the screen and then
Sure.
should be okay. Like many people, I'm a visual person, so the visual helps.
I am likewise. Background architecture, so.
There we go.
There we go. So we could go to the, let's say, 3 slides down or over. One more. One more. Okay. So one of the proposals before you this evening is the amendment to our land use district, or our land use for single family land use. And just to kind of quickly go over it, properties within the city of Gainesville are regulated through different layers. One of those layers is land use. We have also the zoning district layers. And so the land use is designed to, in essence, illustrate or regulate what type of zonings are allowed within a specific property. Right now in the city of Gainesville, we have a significant portion of the city that has a land use that will only allow for zoning, that will only allow for single-family development. 63% of the city, to be exact, is designated as single-family land use. Again, within 63% of the city, only a development of one house on a property can be developed. Next slide. So this is just to illustrate what that kind of looks like in the city of Gainesville right now. Large portions within the northwest part of Gainesville, some portions on the east side of Gainesville, and over to the south part of Gainesville. But again, 63% of the city currently only allows for the development of one house on a large piece of property. And this is within the context of an environment where we're looking for opportunities to create more housing in the city in order to be able to, of course, house and give more options to people to find places to live. Next slide. And so the proposal today, there's actually 2 recommendations that staff is bringing before you that we would like to get some discussion and some direction on. The first proposal is amending the existing single-family land use to incorporate language that would allow for small-scale multifamily development. And the small-scale multifamily is basically it's a multifamily use that allows for 2 units minimum and 4 units maximum, meaning 2 units that would allow for 2 families or 1 family in each unit, and then 4 units that would allow for 1 family in each unit. In essence, you're creating a building that allows for a maximum of 4 families to live within it. In similar space as a single-family house would currently, the same space that a single-family house is designed to take. So the idea is to, again, allow for a small-scale, neighborhood-scale multifamily that doesn't add an extreme impact to the existing structure of our city, but that would allow for the opportunity for more housing to be developed within the city of Gainesville. Currently, again, single-family land use only allows for 1 family within 1 lot. The proposal before you today would amend the language to allow for developments between duplexes, triplexes, and quadplexes. But we would consider all of this neighborhood residential, small-scale, multi-family. And this is an example of what that language will look like. The density would not change. Only the allowed uses within the land use would change. Next slide, please. The second proposal would replace the existing single-family land use with residential low. The language within residential low would not change, but it would allow for higher density to go into areas that currently allow for single-family development, and that density is 15 units per acre. With the previous proposal, the density would remain at 8 units per acre. With this proposal, it will go up to 15. And just kind of moving forward, a lot of these items are intertwined with each other. So if there's a question or a clarifying question that you may have, feel free to interrupt me and ask it. But some things, for example, our next item will be the definition of neighborhood residential. That's intertwined with what the zoning is proposing and further development compatibility proposals down the line as well. But next slide, please. So the next item before you is the definition of small-scale multifamily. As mentioned earlier, one of the things that's being proposed is to incorporate a new use, which we are labeling as neighborhood residential multifamily. And what this use entails is to provide a building that takes about the same footprint as a regular single-family home or large-scale, single-family home. And within that same footprint, allow for a maximum of 4 families to live within that footprint. So currently, a single-family home allows only 1 family to live within the same footprint or within that footprint. The proposal is to allow now for 4 families to live within that same footprint. Next slide. So this is some of the examples that we looked at to kind of get an idea of what small-scale, neighborhood-scale multifamily will look like. This section provides regulations that would regulate the way the proposal looks, the height of the proposal, as well as the location for parking, and any type of orientation requirements. Next slide. So as I mentioned, the purpose of this is for the structure to look like a regular house, just like a single-family home, but the difference is that this single-family home allows now for 4 families to live within it. In order to do so, we are proposing regulations that would require things like 30% glazing, so that the units are not boxy looking, but that they look like actual homes. Buildings that have a limit of 2 stories. Off-street parking being limited to 2 parkings in the front, and the rest of the parking in the rear. A minimum of 1 high-quality tree to be preserved on the property.
Y'all, this week, we can't have cheers or jeers, so we're just gonna listen and be respectful. Okay, we're not gonna have interruptions. If we do, I'm gonna need to adjourn the meeting till order can be restored. And the Sergeant at Arms, who's the city manager, will do that. We want everybody to be here the whole time and participate, but we can't have a disruptive atmosphere. So that's all I'm asking of each of us. Mr. Castillo, please continue.
So in the event that a high-quality tree is not present in order to be preserved, then one will have to be provided or planted in the property associated with this type of development. And of course, last, the orientation of the building is important. So there's regulation that basically allows for the main entrance of the structure to be on the first floor, and the building being oriented to the street, to the more primary street for entrance to this unit. Next slide. And this is just kind of an example as to the idea behind the neighborhood residential multifamily. Again, the idea is to have a buildable area or similar footprint of a large home, but instead of this large home serving only 1 family, it will serve 4 families. Next slide. So moving on to, now that we have defined the use and basically the land use amendments, we're going to now turn our gears towards the zoning districts. The idea behind this is to allow for provisions that would facilitate a diversity of housing and to make the creation of more housing easier. And so a lot of what I will be discussing here is designed in order to facilitate the creation of more housing, not just with a small-scale multifamily, but also with a regular house. And I'll explain what I mean by that here in a second. Next slide. So the first thing that you'll notice is that neighborhood, the use for small-scale multifamily will be is being proposed to be an allowed use within RSF1 through RSF4. And then the second thing is RSF1 through RSF4, the proposal is to consolidate these zones and make them one zone. And there's a reason for that. Next slide. So a lot of the dimension standards, setback standards, densities within RSF1 through RSF4 can seem a bit convoluted, a bit confusing, and arbitrary. And so staff was not able to find any type of reason as far as why there is a difference between a 10-foot different setback between, say, RSF1 and RSF3 that would involve any type of safety concern or some type of externality mitigation. And we know from looking at other zones, specifically RC zones, we know that smaller setbacks is appropriate for development to occur, specifically single family in this case, as well as duplex and RC. But we do know that regulations that are not as extensive as the ones found within RSF1 through RSF4 do provide the ability for housing to be developed as it is now. And so the proposal before you this evening goes into details that include the amendment to the density to basically adopt RSF4 density, and which is a density that we feel would allow for the development of neighborhood scale multifamily units, as well as adopt the lot area requirements of RC, which again is something that has proven allows for the development of housing currently, single-family zones require a lot of space. And by some estimates, when looking at specifically the cost of a house, it's estimated that about 20% of the cost of that house is associated with the cost of the land. So by virtue of having larger property, you're in essence making the house immediately that much more expensive. Also with the allowed use of a neighborhood scale multifamily development, you're distributing the cost of the land between 4 units. So 4 families are being, the cost of the land is being distributed between 4 families that can either rent the unit or if they decide to create a condo for that unit, that can happen as well, as opposed to a single family, which is the price of that single family home is reflective of the full cost of the property. On top of that is a larger property at that. Next slide, please. So this is just a visual presentation of the current situation in setbacks between RSF1 and RSF4, also RC, but there's a reason for why that's there. So in RSF1 through RSF4, you'll notice that the setbacks, the front setbacks at the bottom of the little yellow squares, they're all the same. So 20 feet basically throughout RSF1 through RSF4, 7.5 feet on the sides. Where the difference comes in is the rear setback. So you have the difference of 15 or 5 feet between RSF1 and 2 and RSF3 in RSF1 and RSF2. In RSF3, you have a difference of 5 feet there, and then you have 5 feet more difference between RSF3 and RSF4. But that's pretty much, as far as setback is concerned, the differences between the zones for single family. And so when we're looking at something that's existing and that allows for the development of housing, we can see that in residential conservation zone, one of our oldest zones here in the city of Gainesville, it has, for the most part, less setback requirements, and again allows for the development of a house just fine. And so the proposal would again consolidate RSF1 through RSF4 in order to eliminate some of the redundancies associated with, separate zones, which also shows arbitrary measurements in the rear of setbacks that have had no real basis as to what exactly they are mitigating. With the proposal before you, the intent of the setbacks. Next slide, please. Wow. So the proposal of the setbacks would allow for the space of any type of like facility infrastructure that can be associated with a neighborhood scale multifamily. And so that would be the idea behind the requirement of, say, 5 feet setback on the sides, 10 feet in the front, and 10 feet in the back, just to give again, that space and that buffer for any type of facility requirements associated with the development. And also with the setbacks, just amending them in this way, it would create a larger space of buildable area that would again allow for a more flexible use of a property for the development of housing. Next slide. Similarly with lot size requirements. So I mentioned earlier that currently within the city of Gainesville, you have property that is on RSF1 through RSF4 where you can only develop one property per lot, but the requirement is to have a large amount of space associated with this development. So in essence, you have one house. What's allowed within the city right now is you have one house that requires a large piece of property in order for it to happen. And just to give you an example of current requirements within the city, RSF1 requires 8,500 square feet of space in order for you to develop one house, along with a width requirement of 85 feet and a depth requirement of 90 feet. RSF2 requires 7,500 square feet, along with a width requirement of 75 feet and 90 feet, and so forth. And so, again, looking at existing zonings that we have within the city, we know that RC has allowed for, and is still allowing, the development of single family within a much smaller requirement of space, much smaller requirement of land. And that's important, especially when we're talking about creating more housing, because first of all, you can say if you a homeowner or a property owner were to decide to split their property, say RSF1, into two properties. Right now, they will not be able to do that because the requirement of our zoning says that they have to have 8,500 square feet. And so they wouldn't be able to split the property in a space that we know can already support two houses. So say that this is passed, the requirement would drop down to 3,000 square feet. So all of a sudden, that 8,500 square feet piece of property can be divided into two properties, and now you have two houses where you could only develop one before. And even if the neighborhood scale multifamily use is not something that is agreed upon, just by amending these lot sizes and lot setback requirements, we can already start seeing the implications of creating more housing that way. And just to give you an idea, RSF1 through RSF3 would be able to, in essence, be split into two properties and be allowed for the development of a single family unit in, following the example of RC. Wouldn't be able to do that with RSF4, but that's still a significant portion of the city that could, in essence, double the allowed density. Next slide, please. And so the proposal, the neighborhood residential new zone would adopt the land requirement from RC. It would provide language within the zoning that would extend the width requirements to 70 feet if a development is proposing to add a neighborhood scale multifamily to the property. And so if a single family home is being developed, they would need at least 35 width of space. If a small scale multifamily is being proposed, and that would be extended to 70 feet. Again, that's just to provide more flexibility and more space in between a neighborhood residential small scale multifamily and an existing single family development. Next slide, please. And this is just a quick representation of the density allowed within current zoning, single family zoning. Right now, RSF1 through RSF1 allows for basically 3.5 units per acre. 4.6 units per acre would be allowed in RSF2, or is allowed in RSF2, 5.8 in RSF3, and then 8 units in RSF4. RC actually allows 12 units per acre, but staff is proposing to keep it at 8 units per acre, which in essence would, it means that if a small scale multifamily unit would want to develop, they would need half an acre to do so. Next slide, please. And that's just a representation. So in similar fashion, zonings within the city of Gainesville that allows restrict development to one single house per lot takes up about 60, a little bit over 60% of the city. So we're running into the same situation where a significant portion of our city is designated to only allow for the development of one house within a large piece of property. Next slide. So switching gears just a little bit, the next proposal, and based on the recommendations from the HRNA report, is to remove the occupancy limit. So currently within the city of Gainesville, we have an occupancy limit which says that only one family can live, one family with two unrelated people can live within a single family development. We are proposing to remove that in order to allow for a more diverse and more flexibility of housing for people that may not be related. So say 3 roommates or 4 roommates that are not related but are still able to live together in the same house or in the same apartment area. Next slide, please. And that's just basically a quick overview. This would affect RSF1 through RSF4 and RC zoning. Next slide, please. Following along, the next proposal before you is amending the bedroom limit within the University of Florida context zone. Currently, our regulations allows for a multiplier of 2.75, limiting how many bedrooms can go into a development within the University of Florida context zone, which limits the amount of bedroom a multifamily development can produce.
Mr. Castillo, real quick before you get into this, there was a quick clarifying question back on occupancy limits, if you would just pause for that.
Sure.
Thank you, Mayor. So removing the occupancy limit, there's still a state health code occupancy limit. I don't know if Mr. Persons has that, or just to clarify, you can't have like 1 million people who live in the house. There are state standards that would then become the default.
Right. Okay.
Right there, Mr. Mayor, the Florida Building Code essentially sets minimum habitable space. Generally speaking, we're talking about 250 square feet, which when you include all the required fixtures and then livable area for an adult.
So, for example, 1,000 square foot house, you can only have 4 adults living there. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So it can't be extreme.
Right.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Please continue.
So within the University of Florida context zone, we do have a regulation that limits the amount of bedrooms that a multifamily development can propose. And that regulation limits or poses a multiplier of 2.75, and that's multiplied based on the proposed density of the area. And so there's 2 proposals before you today. Next slide, please. The first proposal is to amend the existing multiplier from 2.75 and increase that to 3, which would again just increase the amount of bedroom that a multifamily development can produce. And the second, that is literally the only amendment to the existing language as of now. The second option is just to remove the bedroom limit altogether and just allow the market to dictate how much bedrooms the multifamily development would want, similar to what already happens outside of the University of Florida context zone. Next slide, please. Moving on, so now we are looking at the compatibility standards, amending the compatibility standards, and the idea behind this is to not just allow for flexibility of development, but also provide or eliminate any type of compatibility standards that may seem onerous or at least increase the cost of development for a multifamily structure, which would then be passed on to the tenants or the potential buyers of a condo if the development were to be condoed out. Next slide, please. And so with this one, the primary, there's two proposals, or not proposals, but there's two main items that are being amended. The first one is a requirement for a masonry wall between a multifamily development and a single-family development. This is done, again, to kind of recognize the fact that small-scale multifamily is designed to fit in within the landscape of a single-family neighborhood. A wall separating a small-scale multifamily and a house is not really something that's common or would be viewed as compatible in the sense of the looks of the area, and so that's one of the things that we feel is something that could be removed, especially since our code already has buffer regulations, which in the event of a multifamily or small-scale multifamily, in this case, will require a more of a substantial vegetative buffer, which involves the planting of trees and shrubs, etc. The second one involves the elimination of a requirement that, in essence, says for a development within a transit, developments within transit areas that are proposing zero setback, if they can only do that if there is already an existing development that has zero setbacks already in existence, and so this development will be limited to having a zero setback, or the opportunity of having zero setback only if the adjacent development has similar setbacks for within the transit area. So those. Next slide, please. And that's just what that will look like in code. The rest of the amendments that you see highlighted in blue is just recognizing the neighborhood residential use and incorporating that into the language so that that's more consistent with the rest of the proposed before you. Next slide, please. And this is just showing you the elimination of the language that would require the masonry wall. Next slide, please. So now we're moving into our lot split and minor subdivision regulations. Currently within the land development code, or at least our proposal here, a lot of what we are amending is primarily to just clarify some of the language. Lot splits and minor subdivisions have been a bit confusing as to where and how services and facilities are required when applicant is submitting for a lot split or a minor subdivision. And so the language that's being amended currently just clarifies that as to not requiring developers to have those facilities present or proposed, but allowing those facilities to be developed with when a proposed development goes on the property. And next slide, please. And again, just simplifying language so that it's obvious and more readily navigatable as to a proposed lot split and what that will look like for an applicant. Next slide. This is just some of that language that I was discussing. Again, just clarifying some of the language so that it's obvious that a lot split or when a lot split is appropriate and how that will look. And just clarifying that lot split must meet certain standards which are detailed in the next slide. Next slide, please. But again, nothing outside of the box or too substantial here. Again, it's just clarifying language. Next slide. Again, here we're highlighting the fact that an applicant will have to have a pre-staff meeting with us in order to discuss their proposed lot split or minor subdivision. Next slide. Nothing too much here, just again clarifying language. Next slide. Clarifying language again. In this particular case, we're just highlighting that the resulting block from a lot split cannot exceed a maximum block perimeter of 2,000 feet, but also providing regulation that ties this in with the existing zoning and allows the flexibility of providing whichever is lesser of the two for the block perimeter associated with a lot split. Next slide, please. This is a repeat. This is just basically saying what we just said in a more just a broader view. Next slide, please. Yeah, again, clarifying language. This is just basically clarifying that the director of the Department of Sustainable Development or the director of Public Works has the authority to provide the review and the approval of the lot split being submitted. Next slide. And that will conclude my presentation. I'm sure you may have some questions, but we're here to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Castillo and Ms. Persons, all of staff who put the work into getting this to us. It's very much appreciated. We will now go over to members of our public and hear from them. Madam Clerk, how many people approximately do we have signed up to speak at this point? About 50? So, sure, yeah, if you're not, don't have your card in right now, that's okay, you'll still get an opportunity. There's not a cutoff. All right, so if everybody is efficient and we have no space between speakers, that's about 2.5 hours. So we'll go ahead and try to stick to 3 minutes, and it seems that we have an amount of time, but what I would ask you to do is be succinct and efficient with your comments, and then please don't go over, because everybody deserves the same chance and the same opportunity, that nobody receives preference to anybody else. And so, Madam Clerk, what I'll ask you to do is call out the next two names after the one that's up to speak. That way, if anybody is outside or downstairs, they can make their way up here, and they'll know that they're up and at the ready. So right when the last person gets done with their comments, they can come right up. If you're new to a public comment here at the city, there is a little black box with a red, yellow, and green light on it there. And so when you start your comments, the green light will come on. Ms. Gainey is demonstrating right there. And then when you have 1 minute remaining, a yellow light will come on. And then when the red light comes on, your 3 minutes has expired, and I'll invite the next person to come up and speak. Okay? So just kind of keep an eye on that. And then if you do go over your 3 minute allotment, I will ask you to let the next person come up that your time has concluded. So with that, and again, you are a both handsome and kind group, and I see that and know that, but I just would like to remind you to be respectful of one another. No cheers, no jeers, no laughing, no booing or anything like that. We want everybody to feel welcome to give their comments without any sort of intimidation. And so we're going to all politely listen to one another until everybody gets a chance to speak. Again, if you haven't turned in a card yet, that's fine. Go ahead and give it to Ms. Gainey, and we'll make sure to get you in the queue. So Ms. Gainey, with that, I will turn it over to you.
Okay, we have Jennifer Reeves, followed by Carrie Parker Warren, and then Teresa Bright.
And we do have a pretty good mic. You're welcome to keep your mask on if you would like. If you feel better about taking it off, you can do that as well. But I just want you to know that we and folks at home can still hear you with it on.
Should I pull this?
Yeah, pull down a little bit, sure. Thanks.
So start now.
You got it.
I didn't think I'd be first. So first of all, thank you for being respectful and listening to us. I'm going to defer and let other people who can say what I want to say more succinctly, like Kurt Johnson and Gary Gordon and others. I just hope, and so often it seems as though the commission may have already made up their mind about this issue. I get the distinct impression that some of you have made up your mind. I hope you will actually listen with respect to everyone who talks here who's interested in preserving balance in Gainesville. I was born here, raised here, have visited other places, always come back because I like the balance here. I like the option of knowing that I worked my entire life to be able to keep my house in my neighborhood, and I choose to live there because I don't want to live with students or apartments. So I hope that you all can go back to the planning stage. These are all great ideas, and maybe find ways to incorporate some of these ideas in a more balanced way, rather than just wiping the slate clean of an option that some people want to have. The last thing I'd like to say is I've been in leadership roles myself, personally and professionally, and one of the hardest things to do is to be able to change your mind when you've been locked into something, when you think you've already got the answer. I hope that we have a group of leaders who can listen to this plea from most of us here for balance, and maybe even change your mind. If you thought you already had it made up, it's okay to lead by saying, wait a minute, I want to listen to something and have other options and go back to the board and try again. I think we all want our town to remain diverse with a multitude of options. It looked like there's a lot of residential housing, and I get that it's 60-something%, but I know also there's plenty of empty apartment buildings right now that absentee landlords own and rent to students or stay empty. So again, I hope you'll be leaders who are representing not just your own interests, but the interests of the people who elected you, and listen to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Carrie Parker Warren, followed by Teresa Bright, followed by Karma DeBose.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Carrie Parker Warren, and I'm representing Azalea Trail here in Gainesville, the old Hollywood community that it was called at one time. And at this point, I would like to say that we do support, in my community, we do support affordable housing. We just don't want to support something that if you have chosen to make your decision today, you know which way you're going to vote. We ask that when the motion is made next week or in the future, that we have one of our commissioners that would say it will be done equally. 25% on the east side, 25% on the west side, 25% south, and 25% north. We ask that you do that. In addition to putting that in your motion, whomever is responsible for doing so, we also want you to put in your motion that you're going to promise us better policing, better advantages, better fire protection, better sidewalks, better roads, traffic lights near our schools, and just make our communities better. This vision will not affect the city equally. What we need to do also is to move forward rather than backwards. We need to go forward with not destroying the integrity of our communities. We need to go forward with more benefits and more resources, especially for the east side of town. We need to go forward with opportunities for the east side, forward with being the best that we can be. And hopefully, you can understand that we want it done equally. If you have already chosen, and if we would not like to see it, but if it is voted upon, we want you to take all of that into consideration. As your vision, this will be responsible for decreasing our property values. That's number one. Also, the vision will not affect the city equally. Some communities will just fade away. And we chose this city and we chose our communities because it's a family. In the community that I'm representing, you can knock on anybody's door at night and someone will come to your aid because we want it to stay like it is. The disparities that
Yeah.
already
Thank you.
exist.
I'm afraid your time has expired, and we have to be fair to everybody. So
Thank
thank
you.
you. We appreciate your comments. Madam Clerk.
Teresa Bright, followed by Karma DeBose, followed by Chip Williams.
Good afternoon. My name is Teresa Bright, and of course, I live in the Azalea Trail neighborhood. And we purchased that property in 1992, and we took our time in building our home there.
Right there, just.
And the property is located, the new part of Azalea Trail is located on Southeast 12th Avenue, and it goes over to Southeast 13th Avenue. Now, building houses in that area, the one section there, it was a dumping ground for a roadway that was put there to expand Williston Road. But my husband decided to go ahead and buy it. And we had to take out all of the debris that was on that property. And 6 other families that live in that area had to do the same thing. Now, as the zoning presents itself now, single, we spent a lot of time and money to develop an area that's beautiful. And to change an area, no, we don't want that. In fact, the whole neighbor area where I live definitely do not want it. And I understand all the codes, that some things are going to change, but there are other neighborhoods that need housing, affordable housing. And right now, we control our area in that neighborhood. We know each other, casually and personal. So when you have a neighborhood like that, you don't want to destroy it. And not knowing who's going to come into your neighborhood. By the way, there's only one lot in that neighborhood now. And I know the owner is not going to sell it for any reason. But what I'm saying, we need a safe place to live still. This is an area that's semi-retired. And like I said, we're comfortable with each other. The streets on 11th, 12th are good streets. Even though the community has been there for a very long time. But all the streets in between is poorly paved.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm afraid your time has expired, but thank you for being with us today.
Mm-hmm.
Next speaker is Karma DeBose, followed by Chip Williams, followed by James McFarland.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm also from the Azalea Trail neighborhood. The resident where we are being the resident, we're concerned about the value of being lowered by inclusionary zoning and the removal of exclusionary zoning within our neighborhood. My fellow neighbors have brought up strong points concerning the history and destroying the integrity of our neighborhood. Most of us have lived and invested in our neighborhoods for more than 50 years. My family moved there in 1967, so we've been there a long time. And we wanted to stay as it is. We have worked hard in our neighborhood, invested in our neighborhoods, and for the future of the generations to come. We want to keep the heritage of Azalea Trail. There were some resources mentioned in one of our meetings that could come along with the inclusions. How would that benefit Azalea Trail? That's what we want to know. We need more jobs created in Gainesville, businesses, warehouses / factories in East Gainesville. This will help cut down on crime because the citizens will have better paying job opportunities, which will make better citizens in Gainesville. The second highest city in the state when it comes to gas taxes. Our neighborhood was mentioned. Some of us went through a lot of difficulties when we built our houses and to get them established. And so we don't want that hard work to go undone. There have been some promises by past commissioners that haven't kept their promises. And we want to know if we could trust you all to keep your promises when you make a promise. We don't want the crime to come through this change. The inclusion will bring transitory and vandalism to Azalea Trail. The property value will be diminished. I know if there is no struggle, there's no progress, but we have to work together on this. Like some of the previous speakers said, if you got your mind made up already, think about what your citizens are pleading.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you being here.
Chip Williams, followed by James McFarland, followed by Jim McFarland.
If I could, just a point of order just for a second. There's a very good friend of mine, old friend of mine, that has to go back to work. Could I just switch cars with him? Is that okay with you?
I don't have a problem. We can.
Yeah, Wayne's coming. He's
Mr.
got-
Williams.
I'm retired and he's not.
Sure.
Mr. Fields.
We're teammates at the University of Florida, so we gave us stay together and all.
Glad you're with us. Thank you.
My name's Wayne Fields, and I've been a resident of Southeast Gainesville for over 60 years. I'm here to speak in favor of exclusionary zoning, to be more specific, residential single-family zoning. In my lifetime, I've seen Lincoln High School close because white parents at Gainesville High School didn't want their kids to go to a predominantly black school, Lincoln High School, in 1970. I've seen 2 schools built, and the decision to build those schools around a city dump was not in support by the residences in Azalea Trails. On the east side of Gainesville, I've seen Winn-Dixie, Food Lion, and Southern Charm Restaurant come and go. It's interesting when you bring up the word food desert, because that's what Southeast Gainesville is. The words gentrification, food desert, affordable housing does not exist in Hale Plantation, Oakmont, Town of Tioga, Turkey Creek, and Arbor Greens. In my lifetime, I would like to see the land use law of exclusionary zoning bring to East Gainesville a movie theater, a grocery store, insurance agencies, clothing stores, and please don't take the thought that I am against affordable housing, but I am for affordable housing in a reasonable manner, such as Section 8, an assistance program. That's rental assistance programs that I'm sure the city of Gainesville and the county has a budget for. And even more so, we'd like to see some improvements of an athletic facility second to none in Southeast Gainesville. So today, commissioners, I'd like for you all to look in the mirror and ask yourselves, is there anything that I can do to assist Southeast Gainesville? I say yes. Help Southeast Gainesville to flourish instead of flounder. I'm trying to do my part with my businesses of minority business listings, Teens Work Summer Youth Employment Program, OGR After School, and the WJJM Endowment Committee. So I ask you, please make the right decision and support the development of East Gainesville.
Madam Clerk?
Chip Williams, James McFarland, and Jim McFarland.
think we're gonna switch.
Jim McFarland are one and the same. I was going
Matt-
to speak on two things possibly.
Madam Clerk, I think they were going to switch places, so when you come to, yeah. Thank you, go ahead.
All right, Mayor Poe, good to see you once again and talk once again about the problem when you start putting a bunch of families in a single-family residential area. It's the same problem it was when we addressed it 20 years ago. It is unfair for someone that has single-family residence that's been in a family for a long time to have it wiped out and changed by this. Now, I have to step back for a moment. I can make a lot more money if you'll go with this zoning and you'll allow me. When you think about driving down that road to Mary Helen's Lake place you all have been at, and you look at my nice landscaping, that takes that stretch and allows me to put 4 units right there. 4 family units. I'll tear my house down and I'll do it and I'll build it. I have been trying to save that property since I was there, and many of you have been on it when you skipped Gainesville High School and ran over there for a break on the lake. It's beautiful. I was going to save that property to give to the city for a park, and hopefully Mary Helen would do the same thing, and you'd have something of value. Now, I have to step back further. What do we have as a plan? Do we have a 50-year plan? No. Do we have a 30-year plan? No. Do we have a 10-year plan? No. We keep wanting to jump in and change the zoning of somebody that's resided there at this point in time right now, suddenly like that. That's wrong. That is totally wrong. And when I present in New York, they understand it. But around here, you don't catch on. You need a 50-year plan. You need to understand sustainability, not call a Department of Fake Development sustainability. We have got to get the right terminology of what's going on in this community. We're at the apex of a water flow in the 3 water management districts. We're in a critical spot that was proud of 60% tree cover. And while we have nations now setting mandates of maintaining that 60% tree cover, we're wanting to tear it all down and put in more concrete. We need to expand. I'll tell you, by 2050, it's going to be so hot here, we'll be miserable. We're going to want houses. Our watershed will be destroyed because right now, hey, let's think about it. We are on water restrictions. We don't have enough water to water our yard. So we want me to have 8 families living on a single-family resident lot, sucking in all that water and destroying the aquifer much quicker. It is time to stop, not develop, until we have a plan and we have impact fees for any development. We need a moratorium on those developments today. We need to put this on a plan for a 50-year plan, at least 30, because I'll be dead and won't come back. It's time that you start thinking ahead, not do this to a single-family resident. I have lived on that property for over 60 years.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Our next speaker is Jim McFarland, Sharon Bauer, and Heather Jewell.
Jim McFarland is me. I'm going to speak on climate. Can I take
Oh.
a minute?
No, no, sir, only,
Okay.
all equal for everybody.
Thought you had a brother. All right, so Sharon Bauer, Heather Jewell, and Chip Williams.
Good afternoon. The Commission first began trying to eliminate single-family zoning in 2018, not by rezoning neighborhoods and identifying and notifying owners, but by simply redefining single-family to include multifamily, citywide. After the first large turnout of opponents, Commissioner Johnson made this comment on October 4th. We aren't engaging or listening to the community, and if we are, at some level, it's not effective. Because if it was, we would not have people showing up outraged. We would not have people in our offices all the time. We would not have people stopping us in the grocery stores, telling us they're not listened to. It's happening all the time, and I don't think it's just the way that government works. Here are some quotes from Commissioner Ward's lengthy response to her among the videos I'll be posting on Save Gainesville. There are some folks who fully intend to bring chaos on government, to bring chaos on us as a society, and show up and act that way consistently. There's people who do this recreationally, and there's people who do it because they have something to gain from it. I can't speak to motivations, and I won't speak to motivations. If we're going to do big things, we're going to get big pushback, and we're picking up bigger things to work on than a lot of commissioners prior to us have. When we talk about affordable housing, there are predictable arguments. Our big goals for energy, when we start those changes, you'll see people who come here and complain to high heaven about it, no matter how much we talked to them beforehand about it, because they're uncomfortable with the change. It's our responsibility, and what we get paid for is to filter when somebody comes up there, how much of that is that I need to vent. It's predictable that people are going to be upset when we try to do big things because change is hard, but we know we have to do it. In August, when you made containers of alcohol citywide permanent, there was a large number of people in the audience to object, and Commissioner Ward said, if you really cared about the increase in violent crime, you would have been here this morning for our meeting with GPD, which wasn't on the calendar, instead of coming here to grandstand on TV. In January, he shared a photo of his legal pad because someone had taken a picture of it when he left his seat. On it, he listed people who commented and the number of different agenda items they made a 3-minute comment on. Not what they said, how many items they spoke on, he considered noteworthy. His contempt for engaged citizens is well documented, and his mind is closed. This workshop was described by the city as designed to help the public better understand the impact of 2 proposed zoning changes, i.e. it's for you to lecture and not to listen. I've done community engagement for municipalities, and what this city does is not citizen engagement, and I believe it violates the statutory requirements for citizen input. We cannot have 6 more years of this, or our city will be destroyed.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Heather Jewell, followed by Chip Williams, followed by Peggy Carr.
Hi, my name's Heather Jewell. I live in University Park. I moved to Gainesville about a year ago after careful consideration of where I wanted to live. I chose Gainesville because of its urban forest, historic character, walkable and bikeable nature. I have not been disappointed in my choice until now. The proposal's upzoning in the name of creating affordable housing is disingenuous and manipulative. By your own data provided in the Gainesville Housing Action Plan, the home vacancy rate is 4.7% and the rental vacancy rate is 17%. Both are well above the US median. To say we have a housing shortage here is false. In the same report, you make claims about income levels and impact on people's abilities to afford housing, but the presentation of data is manipulated as you have included students in the analysis. You show the area around University of Florida as a low-income area. I think we both know that that's a large student population there. This leads me to wonder whom this proposal is really meant to benefit. Is it the students? Is it University of Florida? Or is it alumni that want to come here to have rentals on game weekends? Or is it developers? Please consider the wishes of the full-time, permanent residents and lay this issue to rest now.
Chip Williams, followed by Peggy Carr, followed by Deborah Martin-Beck.
Thank you. I live in the Gulfview neighborhood, which is right next to the University of Florida. And we've been there for about 39 years now. And, you know, we've had students living there. The students in our neighborhood have not been an issue. We've had issues from time to time, but they've been resolved by just some communication and such. In my view, the students are not an issue here. It's this, in my view, insane thought that we're going to change all of the zoning in Gainesville on these single resident areas. It just, people in here have spoken to this, and others have spoken to it too. You're coming in and destroying savings and such that people have put together for all their lives in just one fell swoop. There seems to be, there could be a step measure in doing this as opposed to just slamming it all in one action. Earlier in the meeting today, Commissioner Hayes Santos indicated that, I think it was to put us at ease, that there's still state laws that say you can have X number of people in a house. Well, one of the reasons I've read about it or heard about it, I think I've read it, that we're getting rid of the number of people in the house is that we can't enforce it. It's an unenforceable. We haven't talked about any enforcement today. If you can't enforce that now, how are you going to enforce 2 cars that was proposed earlier in the new zoning stuff? We're not, this has not been thought through. It's sort of, it feels rushed to me. And I know some are going to say, look, we've kicked this can down the road for years and years and years, but it's too fast. You know, the proposal earlier today was interesting, but there were so many holes there that I saw just through my sitting here this one time and through my ignorance. And I try to keep up with you guys watching on TV, and I read the paper and such. And I would just go back to what the first speaker said today. Please, please, please listen to all of these folks that are in front of you today that have been in front of you before this. We are people coming from all different neighborhoods, all different walks of life. Candidly, when someone came up here and started talking about affordable housing, what we're talking about today has nothing to do with affordable housing. That somehow we've merged these two things together, and what I saw in that presentation earlier today has nothing to do with affordable housing. And take a long, hard look at that. If that's your goal, if that's your end goal, please revisit that. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Peggy Carr, followed by Deborah Martinbach, followed by Gary Gordon.
Mayor Poe and Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity. I am a little confused and I want to ask for clarification. Is this the early comment period where we have make general statements? Because I had gone through the agenda and had specific statements about each of the agenda items.
It's on the first item from the agenda.
Pardon?
It's on the first item from the agenda, not general public comment.
So this is about the comp plan language change?
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then I will have the opportunity to speak about the other items later, correct?
There will be general public comment at the end of the meeting.
Okay.
It's not, no, I'm sorry, it's just this. Can we start her clock over? This is on the item, do you have your agenda? It's on the first
I
item
do.
on the agenda, exclusionary zoning.
Okay, and specifically though, on the agenda, it says that people will have the opportunity to speak for early comment. And once that has done, if speakers would like to speak, we can speak for 3 minutes to each agenda item.
That's for our regular meetings that we just got right into the item. So if you want to speak about the item, now is your opportunity to do so.
This is my only opportunity to speak?
There's another item that comes after that. You can speak to that one as well.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much for the clarification. So specifically then to the proposed change to the comprehensive plan amendment, let me make a couple of comments. Point 1 about option 1, the creation of the neighborhood residential category is not acceptable or needed. And let me point out that in option 1, as presented in the agenda today, it is not at all clear what is being proposed for the future land use map under this option. Would all single-family areas become neighborhood residential? If so, this is an absolutely breathtaking proposal. Any student of new urbanism knows that the concept of transect zones allows for diversity of housing types in an orderly transition from high density to lower density. By adopting a future land use change that would allow multifamily smack in the middle of what was traditionally a single-family neighborhood flies in the face of solid new urbanism thinking. One consideration for strategic choice of higher density development is the presence of transit, a concept known as transit-oriented development. There's a logic and rationale for density along such corridors, but the blanket proposal to increase density in all single-family zoning categories is nonsensical. Point 2 about option 1, it is not at all clear why a new land use category is required when the existing residential conservation category comes quite close to meeting the same design standards as those being proposed for neighborhood residential. I guess the rationale is that with the new land use category, the future land use map can easily be changed. The proposed sweeping change to the future land use map is antithetical to democratic engagement. All the changes being considered today can now be achieved by the rezoning process. Oh, but that will take time and public participation, which is costly. Well, democracy is a costly form of government, isn't it? About option 2, the proposal to eliminate all single-family categories and replace them with residential low density is utterly unacceptable because it bumps up the potential density in all current single-family categories from a maximum of 8 units per acre to 15 units per acre. This is twice as unsatisfactory as option 1. So thank you for the chance to comment about this particular agenda item.
Deborah Martinbeck, followed by Gary Gordon, followed by Cindy Gordon.
Deborah Martinbeck, who represents multiple property owners, over 100. And one of the things that we've asked from way back when we first started talking about the landlord permits and zoning is that we allow the owners to use their houses, the number of bedrooms that they have in the house, and allow them to rent out as individual bedrooms, as a group, and they not all have to be related. So I ask that you definitely include getting rid of the requirements that it's only 3 unrelated people. Thank you.
Gary Gordon, followed by Cindy Gordon, followed by Jane Berman Holton, I believe.
Gary Gordon, full disclosure, I'm a candidate for mayor. Well, here we are again. For the last 4 years or so, people have filled this meeting room to say, stop it. Stop working on ways to subvert or eliminate single-family zoning. Stop working on ways to further turn the city over to investors and into Rentville. Stop claiming 1 unit in 10 in any development is a serious affordable housing program. Stop claiming the majority of you didn't vote for these ideas, proposals, or programs when you did, either in outright votes or with half and half suggestions, or by continually sending it back to staff to return half-baked, stirred, and served up as virtually the same dish. We know Hayes Santos didn't do all this by himself, or with just Poe or Sacco, because that's not a majority. Stop claiming it wasn't you who's responsible for this coming up. You are responsible. You never said outright, overtly, kill it. Don't give us the hem and haw tap dance. Don't give us denials. Don't preach or lecture. Don't try to cloak any of this as some grand solution to historic racism. Don't deny the trouble you've caused or the fear and anger you've created among local homeowners. Only Desmond Duncan Walker's and Cynthia Chestnut's hands are clean. Don't further undermine single-family zoning with the elimination of occupancy limits. Stop trying to remake Gainesville into your distorted version of new urbanism. Stop trying to remake Gainesville into your PR slogan, New American City. Most of us like it here. Older residents and newer ones, the new ones often come because it's not Jacksonville, Orlando, Atlanta, or Miami. So stop trying to turn it into one of those cities. Stop trying to solve the national housing crisis on the backs of local homeowners. Stop kicking things we don't want back to the plan board or staff or to some out-of-town consultant to be rewritten, sloganized, regurgitated, to be brought back to you, and stop dragging us out to tell you over and over again, stop it. And stop trying to ram any of this through before the election. The majority of us don't want this. The majority of you have done enough damage. The majority of us want you to stop it. I'm Gary Gordon, candidate for mayor.
Our next speaker is Cindy Gordon, followed by Jane Berman Holton, I believe, followed by Cindy Harrington.
Bueno, I should start off just by motioning to my husband and saying what he said. But there is plenty to be concerned about this blanket rezoning of the city. I'll try to just give you the high points. Ever since Gainesville Rise was presented to the city, and 90% of the people who spoke on that were against it, the city has continued to bring it up piecemeal in various forms, in various guises, and it continues to fail because so many people just don't want it. The fact that it's being peddled as new urbanism and environmental or anything like that is illusory. Any real plan for the city would be prefaced by an overarching plan for mass transport. How are we going to get these many people from here to there? How do we plan to get them out of their cars and using a more environmental form of transportation? There is nothing in these propositions that goes near that. In fact, there has been no environmental feasibility study. In a lot of places, there is an environmental feasibility study that goes over what's going to happen with the infrastructure. This plan does not quantify in any meaningful way what will happen with the infrastructure, what will happen with the roads, with plumbing, and what will happen to the aquifer. It does not speak to the stress on the aquifer. Most of all, it's being peddled as an affordability plan, a plan for affordable housing, and it does not really touch affordability. There have been no facts and figures coming out of any of these presentations that we've sat through that have given us a bottom line of X amount of houses will be affordable for X amount of people at X amount of income level. And it also doesn't touch any of the other tools in the toolbox for affordable housing. Where is any mention of federal funding for from the Build Back Better plan? Federal funding is one of the main ways that affordable housing has ever gotten built, for those of you who remember the Great Society. There's no mention of the Sandusky Fund, which our electeds in Sacramento seem to think is their own private piggy bank. Most of all, the people of Gainesville are just not in favor of this. You folks work for the people of Gainesville, not for the developers that present us with infomercials. Thank you.
Jane Berman Holton, followed by Cindy Harrington, followed by Terry Martinbeck.
Good afternoon, commissioners, staff, city manager, and audience. I think what we need to do is step back and throw it out. So I'd like to give you a justification of how to do that. And it's very simple. I studied the fact the comprehensive plan is not required to be updated until 24-26. Local plans are updated every 5 to 7 years. We're not in the rush to do the comprehensive plan, and I don't think this is the approach to do it. Furthermore, the consultant as hired admitted no experience in university communities. I think the one thing Gainesville has that's very important is we're a university community, of which almost 50% that live here are students. So when we talk about family and housing and rentals, you can't keep students out, it's not allowed. But you're basically pandering to students. Another aspect is that the neighborhoods who would be impacted have not been informed. I've asked over and over for the 69 neighborhoods to be informed. I do feel the neighborhoods should also be able to have a vote. Those of us with homeowner associations should be able to have a vote of our association as to whether we approve this project. Basically, it's like a train that's keep running down the tracks. It's a runaway train. And you have the right to step back and say no. Staff have been pushed to kind of do all these documents and create this and change that. Many of us have been through this process since 2018 or before. It doesn't solve affordability. It doesn't address what you're trying to do. I'm not a racist. I'm a single-family property owner who enjoys my peaceful enjoyment of my home, who does support affordable housing, but I support plans that are realistic. There is a realism to be had here. I heard the word family. I've heard units per acre. Changing from 3.58 units per acre to 15 is unheard of. It's irrational. Furthermore, if you're going to have 5-foot side setbacks and put cars in the rear, how are you going to get them through, people? How do you get a car through 5 feet? So let's go back and say, is this rational, realistic, sensible? There's nothing in here that I could put holes in it all day, okay? And many of us could. Occupancy, we talk about units. What's a unit? 4 bedrooms? I just heard 6 bedrooms. 6 bedrooms in a unit? Times 2 people each, which you could allow 2 people if the bedroom was big enough. I call back to the ICMP, International Property Management Association, suggested some numbers based on size of facilities, size of bedrooms. I'd like to hear bedroom, not units, and I'd like to hear decent-sized bedrooms.
Thank you. I'm afraid your time
Thank
has
you.
expired.
Thanks.
Cindy Harrington, followed by Terry Martinbag, followed by Jenny Boymer.
Good afternoon. I actually was trying to talk about the no more than 3 unrelated rule, but I ended up in this group, but that's okay. Mayor and city commissioners, thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Cindy Harrington. I'm a realtor in Gainesville, and like most people, I've seen a huge increase in rentals over the last few years. And those increases primarily affect those who can least afford higher housing costs, creating an additional burden on an already financially unstable, or at the very least, financially fragile rental community. No more than 3 unrelated rule is outdated. From what I understand, it was used to discourage fraternities in neighborhoods. Others say it was designed to discourage brothels, and I'm not sure if that's a fact or an urban legend. But I read this online. The number of persons occupying a dwelling, if increased above the 3 unrelated persons, is detrimental and hazardous to the public health, welfare, safety, and morals of the citizens of this community. Really? The morals of the citizens, if we increase it to 4 or 5? Will we be burning books downtown anytime soon? Look, people live together. Some even raise a family together without the benefit of marriage. I make no judgment on them. And some folks bring in renters to offset the rising cost of maintaining a home. How is that detrimental to a community? Now, if they're having cake parties at all hours, that should be addressed where it belongs. You call GPD. But let's not muddy the waters with the what if this, what if that. There are remedies to address those issues. We are at a time when people are being forced out of our community because they cannot afford the rents in this city. We have now burdened landlords with additional expenses that will be passed down to tenants. Why not consider easing that burden by eliminating an archaic law that really has no legitimate reason being on the books in the first place? Or at the very least, increase the number to 4. At the very least. Wow, we can actually improve the lives of renters without costing the city a dime. Thank you for your time and attention.
Terry Martinbag, followed by Jenny Boymer, followed by Janie Williams.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. I'm sure you feel the air of what the community is feeling right now. But I want to ask you something. How would you feel about sharing 20 feet of backyard with your kids on a Saturday afternoon with 4 other families? How do you think that would work? Have you even experimented with this before bringing it to the community? The city and the county have an opportunity with the properties that that haven't had taxes paid in a number of years, who have municipal liens on them. And you have the power to take those properties with escheat and make a development on there and practice or actually experiment to see if this would actually work before taking across the entire city and changing the zoning. Have you thought about recreational areas when you start putting all these people in one area? Another comment was brought up is, what are you going to do with the sheet flow of the water? You can go out on the west side of Gainesville and you can see what 23 West, after they chopped down all those trees and the water flooded Meadowbrook Golf Course. I don't think we've had enough thought into what you're doing here. We live here because we like the backyard effect. We want our children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren to grow up in neighborhoods that they can be proud of. They can play basketball on the street and annoy every other neighbor. But think about this. No for rechanging the zoning. You have the opportunity. It's called escheat. Try using some of the properties that are available. Experiment with them and see how that works. Thank you.
Jenny Boimer, Janie Williams, and Casey Fitzgerald.
I'm Jamie Williams, so I don't know the other person didn't come up. Hello, I'm Jamie Williams. I am a personal property owner. I personally own 43 single-family houses in Gainesville. I started buying them right when I graduated the University of Florida 20 years ago. I lived in a single-family house over by campus that had 4 girls that lived in it, and we all got along great, and we got along with our neighbors, and we were very respectful. I'm here in favor of getting rid of the 3 non-related people. It is a very hard thing as a landlord to enforce. I have tried to enforce it. I've tried to tell our residents, hey, there can only be 3 people on this lease. Only 3 people can live here. But the truth of the matter is, if it's a 4-bedroom, a 5-bedroom house, they are going to put 4 and 5 people in that house, whether I want them to or not. And I have been back and forth with codes, like, how am I supposed to enforce this? It is a hard thing to enforce. I am just telling you flat out, in pure honesty, it is hard. It's very hard to enforce. So some of the codes enforcement people are like, oh, you have to go count toothbrushes, or you have to do this. And I'm like, who has time for that? I am not going to take roll call at all my rentals every single day that I go in there. But what I will tell you is I am against having a brothel next door or 6 frat boys that are going to throw keg parties every day. I'm against that. But it's hard to police it if I can only put 3 of them on the lease. If it's a 6-bedroom house and I could put 6 people on the lease, then I know who's parking there, I know who's living there. I could hold those people accountable. I can't hold them accountable if there's only 3 people. And they all say, oh, that's just my friend, or that's just my boyfriend. It's just hard. So my suggestion would be to adopt some kind of the HUD housing guidelines has housing guidelines of 2 people per bedroom. And it doesn't even have to be 4-bedroom house that you have 8 people. I'm asking for 4 people to live in a 4-bedroom house because they're going to do it anyway. And I know that's a sad reason to ask for it, but it is the truth. And I, as a personal property owner, I'm telling you, it's hard. It is just a hard thing to enforce. The other thing is the tenant's rights and responsibilities. As a tenant, it's not fair for me to tell a tenant that they think they're related to somebody through partnerships or whatever kind of family bond that they've formed. I can't tell them that it's hard to actually even get into a house to do a showing with a 24-hour notice. It's going to be even harder for me to try to get into that house and prove that there's 4 people living in a 3 unrelated thing. So that's what I have.
Call one more time for Jenny Boimer, Casey Fitzgerald, followed by Scott Parker, followed by Clara Johari.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Casey Fitzgerald. My wife Pamela and I are 28-year residents of a very pleasant Ridgewood neighborhood in northwest Gainesville. First, let me say that we fully recognize the city has been working on this issue for a very long time. We also recognize and appreciate that the City Commission and staff are very well intentioned in promoting the changes being discussed. And we concur that affordable housing is indeed an important issue warranting the city's attention. Given today's time constraints, I'm just going to mention a few concerns, however. The overarching concern and primary reason for being here today is that the package of petitions under discussion would not only eliminate the single-family zoning classification in Gainesville, but would result in numerous adverse unintended consequences for our neighborhoods without generating significant additional affordable housing in Gainesville. We say this mainly because there is a disturbing lack of data, analysis, and evidence in support of these proposals. Despite the city's years-long focus in this worthy cause, including the engagement of national consultants, absolutely no credible evidence has been presented to show that the suggested approach will actually be successful. In the Gainesville community, there are many credentialed, knowledgeable citizens, some of them here, with relevant experience in urban and regional planning, landscape architecture, land use law, etc., that are willing to be convinced if credible evidence is presented. However, until such evidence is made available, the proposed sweeping citywide approach is not supportable. And the fact that the adoption of the subject petitions is effectively irreversible due to Burt Harris implications, the stakes are quite high. Relying as this approach does exclusively on market forces is another concern, because trying to achieve the desired affordable housing outcomes by this mechanism does not seem like a prudent, reliable strategy. And finally, concern number 3, it's a very troubling technical issue. The higher density development that would result from the proposals would create more impervious surface area, generating more stormwater, causing greater downstream flooding and increased pollution loads to Gainesville's already impaired creeks and ultimate receiving water of the Florida aquifer, where we get our drinking water. We have seen no indication that proper engineering analysis and modeling has been done to assess these impacts. So, in conclusion, based on the lack of evidence provided by the city to date, we encourage the Commission to indefinitely table the unsupported, wide-ranging proposals currently under consideration and direct staff to further evaluate alternative affordable housing approaches and return with strategic, workable options and accompanying credible evidence. Thank you for your time and thoughtful consideration.
Scott Parker, followed by Clara Johari, followed by Darlene Pafalo.
No, ma'am, I'm sorry. You have to be here to give your statement in person. Sorry, Carrie. Thank you for being willing to do that, though.
We'll go to Clara Johari.
Good afternoon. First of all, I agree with my community. I've lived in my home across the University of Florida in College Park for 40 years. My parents built the home. You probably know it. It's a beautiful Mediterranean home, electric gates, and we loved it. We attended University of Florida. We're all in medicine, but we stayed where we live because we love that area. We love seeing the children grow up, our neighbors. But recently, I want to give you my point of view of living there for 40 years of what's going on. Since they have built new apartments there, majority's not filled, a lot of them are not completed, we've had an increase in crime. We've had theft, we've had drugs, we've had speeding, hitting and running, we've had people run into our neighbors' gates. I mean, it's out of control. The parties from the fraternities are crazy. They're in our yards. The floors 3 streets behind are vibrating. My home is vibrating. My mother, who's 90 years old, lives with me. I care for her. I called the police station 5 times. We can't live like this. It is loud. And the police said, well, coming, didn't. I went across 3 streets over, I videoed them, I went to the police station. I said, if anything happens, Gainesville will be in trouble. That's when they came. So I want you to take in consideration, as you grow, add these apartments, consider these single homes with families. There's a school, J.J. Finley. Kids won't be able to ride their bikes there to go to school. There's a big park there every Saturday. There's soccer, there's baseball. I love watching them as I take my walk. That area is beautiful. I could live anywhere. Recently, somebody from Fort Lauderdale offered me over $1 million. 1.7, crazy amount, 1.3. I said hell to the no. Okay, I love where I live. Now, all I ask you is put yourself in my shoe. I was raised there. I went to medicine, I could live anywhere. My parents built that home with pride. That area is historic of Gainesville. It's a hot piece of land, but it's safe, but now it's not. So the more you build there, it's going to get worse. That's all I say. Just please think about it. I understand where you're coming from. Gainesville's pretty big. You've gotten back of the VA hospital. There's room to grow there. It doesn't need to be where all the bars is and then all the apartments and all that. Yes, we want Gainesville to grow, but this is out of control. Thank you.
Thank you. Just want to remind everyone that the school is now called Carolyn Parker, and we also want to make sure our language stays as family-friendly as possible.
Darlene Buffalo, followed by Nicole Cordes, followed by Cherie Hughes.
Commissioners, Mayor, Darlene Pofallo. I moved here in 1985. There's been a lot of changes, unfortunately, for some. Even though I'm a realtor, it's important to have affordable housing. Excuse me. And just a few statements are, when I listened to your presentation of the gentleman that spoke, came out of his mouth was density will not change. 15 units per acre, I think density will change. I think that's outrageous. I can't even imagine 15 acres unless you go 5 stories high. Maybe you can do 15 units per acre. It's sad to say this. The single-family home is the American dream. I've been a realtor for over 45 years, and everybody I help with a home, that's their American dream. And their American dream is when they raise a family, they have a backyard for their children or of their fairy babies, and it's not 15 by 15 feet. Where are these pictures that we saw, these beautiful pictures? Where were they taken? Did the gentleman that did the presentation, did he visit those pictures and go by and see where they are and what's around it? Pictures are great, but where are they? Are they in Gainesville, or what city are they coming from? We have a lot of cities in this country. And last but not least, cost of building. When you say cost of building is expensive, it is. Especially when 20 to 30% of a house that's being built are taxes that the city and the state, they pay for, the builders. I wish there were builders here that can speak to you about what you're trying to do here, which is outrageous to take away the single-family home and stick 4 or 5 units in one lot, or 2 acres, 2 lots in one lot, 2 houses in one lot. This is outrageous. Y'all need to be replaced because elections have consequences.
Nicole Cordes, followed by Cherie Hughes, followed by Nancy Morris.
Ms. Portis, Hughes,
Nancy or Tom Morris.
They're downstairs. They'll be on the way.
okay, we'll
thank
get
you.
them when they pop in.
Wanna
Good,
keep going?
yeah, when
Tina
they come up,
Silva,
we'll come back
she's
to
here.
them.
Dennis Silva. My neighbors and I talked to each other about we couldn't afford to live in the city if we didn't already have our homes in Pleasant Street. I've been there 27 years. We have humble little houses on small lots. It's residential conservation zoning that we were told wouldn't be affected, but some of these ordinances would affect us. This is a timeline presented by the city of all this stuff that the city has been doing for affordable housing. None of it has, there are some little errors in that, but be that as it may, I see a different timeline. And that goes back to 2014, 2015, the form-based code that brought in the transect zones in a certain area of Gainesville. And shortly after that, 2016, I don't know even what to call it, upheaval in city governance that cut out a lot of public participation. 2017, the form-based code was implemented, and it led to the destruction of Fifth Avenue neighborhood because it was done in a dishonest way. I'm just going to say that. This is all kind of still reverberating from those years to deregulate development, especially in the neighborhoods surrounding the university and downtown, the central neighborhoods. To call this about affordable housing is incorrect. There's no link to affordability in any of these proposals. To say that someone who already can't afford their rent could somehow magically afford to move to a new rental apartment in another neighborhood is not logical. And as far as saying it's racist to have single-family zoning, I just can't even go there. You want to hear about racism? I'll tell you. 27 years of watching it close up. Code enforcement, law enforcement, selective enforcement, and then the city coming in and colluding to get rid of Seminary Lane and to destroy Kennedy homes and put these, Heartwood, highly expensive properties, single family HOA there. Anyway, so now here we are with this proposal, these proposals that have the city has paid more than $500,000
Thank you, Ms. Silva.
to support a
So
narrative.
I've got to treat everybody the same. Thank you. Did we have a couple of our guests come up?
Tom Morris and Nancy Morris, followed by Jackie Davis.
This proposal seems to be kind of half-baked. It strikes me that we need to slow down on this whole thing and think about it a little bit more. I'm just going to bring up a couple of things. I'll make this quick. I've lived in a little place called Mason Manor. It's one of these no-outlet subdivisions off of 16th Avenue, and I live up against the Possum Creek Woods. I raised 3 kids there. I always, and I think most parents feel that you give a progressive long leash to children, right? When you live in a neighborhood where you pretty much know all the neighbors, you can turn those kids loose. Every year that they get a little bit older, they can go a little bit further from home. When there's 15 people, 15 units per acre, you're not going to be able to do that. You're not going to know the neighbors. The other problem I see is the jewels of Gainesville is pretty much these creek valleys. And I haven't seen anything that even looks like an environmental assessment of what this plan is going to cause, the degradation of those forests. That's it.
Nancy Morris, followed by Jackie Davis, followed by Virginia Mora.
Hi there. I would like to also ask you to reconsider, to slow down. I think people are making assumptions. They're assuming that the people that want to build these multi-family units are going to be folks that want affordable housing. We don't know that. That's an assumption. I think it will destroy the neighborhoods. That was my husband that spoke just before, and I agree. We know our neighbors. We've been in our house for 35 years. We bought there for that reason. So to just change the whole integrity of it is very upsetting. I also, again, the infrastructure has not been evaluated. We have flooding 2 streets over when there's a major rain event. They just put in bigger pipes to try to stop flooding. It is worse. When it rains, our poor neighbors have sewage come up into their streets. I feel really badly for them, so I think we need to do a lot more studies, slow down. Why would you implement that all over the city? If you insist on doing it, I like the idea that the one man had about liens that are on houses. Look at those and study those and make sure we can support it. Thank you.
Jackie Davis, followed by Virginia Maurer. Thank you. Followed by Dr. Leonetta McNeely.
I think Ms. Davis left. We'll keep her card aside in case she is downstairs or comes back, but I did see her walk out a while ago.
My name is Jenny Maurer, and I thank you for holding this workshop and for the opportunity to speak. I want to address a serious problem that you have with restrictive covenants, not the outrageous ones excluding most races and nationalities, the enforcement of which violates the federal Constitution. They cannot be enforced, and they are not at issue. But rather, I mean the deed restrictions, the deed covenants that restrict development in the neighborhoods to single-family homes only. These covenants apply not only to parties to the covenant, but also whoever buys the property as long as it is in effect. These restrictions are in deeds and chains of title all over Gainesville. Some may not be enforceable. Others are current and enforceable, but they are matters of public record in deeds in the county courthouse. I am told that Andrew Persons has told the public that the proposed changes in the comprehensive plan will not affect neighborhoods with deed covenants that restrict use of the land to single-family housing. I understand that realtors and others try to quell fear and public opposition by telling homeowners in neighborhoods like Colony Park or Forest Ridge, for example, that they will be protected by their restrictive covenants, and the proposed changes will not ever affect them. Unless that is indeed the Commission's intention, it is ill-advised and even dangerous to make these claims. If it is what the mayor and commissioners intend, then please tell that to the public and unambiguously and immediately, preferably today. And also direct city staff that any draft change in the plan or ordinance that comes back to the commission clearly excludes properties covered by a deed covenant restricting the land to single-family houses. Florida courts are a separate and independent branch of government, and they decide legal conflicts. Neither the commission nor these other people who offer their personal opinions control how Florida courts will rule in a conflict between otherwise valid deed covenants and a municipal comprehensive plan. Consider this, however, and I think this is important, that if you exclude these properties, you are treating neighborhoods unequally, once again privileging largely white, affluent neighbors over all others on whom the full burden of diminished property values would fall. There are probably strong racial implications to that. But if you do not exclude them, this will signal that you do not intend to do so, and you will ignite a firestorm in this community, even greater than the opposition you already face. In the end, one way or another, you will not achieve your otherwise very laudable goals.
Thank you. I'm afraid your time has expired. Appreciate you being here with us.
Dr. McNeely, followed by Kim Tanzer, followed by Melanie Barr, but I do believe she had to leave, so if she's not here, Todd Williams.
Mr. Mayor, you might announce that there are chairs up here now that are
Oh,
available.
yeah, thank you, Commissioner. If you're downstairs or outside, there have been some chairs that have freed up inside the auditorium. You're welcome to come, or if you want to stay out there, just listen for your name, you're welcome to do that as well. Welcome, Dr. McNeely.
Thank you. I'm Leonetta McNeely, and I am excited, can you believe that, to be here with you this afternoon, and I have a board meeting, long board meeting tonight. But anyway, I wanted to start off by saying good afternoon, Mayor Poe, and to the honorable city commissioners and city manager Curry. First of all, I'd like to thank Commissioner Chestnut for insisting on having neighborhoods coming together to hear the proposed zoning changes. And I don't know if she hadn't said that, if a vote would have been taken by now. But I also want to thank Commissioner Ward, Commissioner Duncan Walker, and also City Manager Curry, as well as city staff who came to our neighborhood and met with us. And so you heard quite a few people today from Azalea Trail, formerly known as Hollywood, but we have stuck together and we've decided what we certainly want as far as the zoning proposal. My ultimate problem is that I know the city needs more affordable housing for the great number of people who live here that have no roof over their heads or can afford where they live. Where is the cheapest land? East Gainesville. We are very, meaning those of us who are in a neighborhood, we are very vulnerable to losing what we have worked so hard for through the years in changing our neighborhood from single family homes to multi-leases, duplexes, apartments, or whatever. If this new zoning passes, we will certainly be at a loss. Increased people in our area would certainly put a burden on us. East Gainesville will disproportionately be impacted. Extra resources we don't have already. As was stated earlier by Mr. Fields, we live in a food desert. No shops, no restaurants, transportation. How many of you will accept this? More people, large amount of people put in.
Thank you, Dr. McNeely.
I'm so sorry. I need to come back the next time.
It's tough. And good luck at your meeting tonight.
Our next speaker is Ms. Tanzer, followed by Melanie Barr, Todd Williams, and Britton Corbett.
Mayor and Commissioners, thank you for your time. This is a page from your own report by your real estate consultant, HRA, and it says the City of Gainesville should complete in-depth land use analysis to consider the following changes. The changes that you've been presented today are here. However, you have not done the in-depth land use analysis that's necessary to go forward, and I ask that you do that. Also from that report, just to clarify, we're not all on the same page about numbers. You heard today that 63% of the city's land was in residential single family. That's incorrect. 63% of the residential parcels are single family, which is quite different. But when you do the math, you find that that's 20% of the area's land. That may be too much, that may be not enough, I don't know. But we're not even on the same page about our data. The Minneapolis 2040 plan was very clear about their strategy, and so they looked at transportation corridors, they looked at cities with existing density at a higher naturally occurring rate, and then they looked at the areas to upzone, which is what we're talking about. Taking that same area in Minneapolis, which is far from the University of Minnesota, and applying that in Gainesville, what we see is that if we did the same thing here as was done in Minneapolis, this entire area would be excluded from any upzoning. And that has to do in Gainesville with the fact that our student population is very, very disproportionate relative to other places. Let's look at that zoning area, and this is one of your maps as well. We see a few vacant lots in the northwest, and we see a whole lot more in the east. So reinforcing what several people have already said, if you blanket upzone the city of Gainesville, you will be exacerbating existing racial problems in the city, not improving them. Finally, I'd like to remind you that if you're interested in affordable housing, you have plenty of land to work with yourself. The Power District, which has been lying vacant for at least a decade that I'm aware of, is 16.5 acres. There's a property just south of Depot Park. These are both, could be zoned at, say, U6 zoning, and that would provide an additional 1,000 units or so of housing. You've just essentially given away Lot 10 for what I thought would be housing, but in fact now it's going to be a grocery store, parking, 4 stories of office, and then a little bit of housing. That could have been 100 units of housing. And as we proposed in 2001 when we presented the Depot Area Master Plan, this is another 77 acres that is currently industrial and could be rezoned to provide another 1,500 houses.
Thank you.
I hope you'll do that instead.
Thank you so much.
Okay. I don't believe I've seen Ms. Melanie Barr pop back in, so we'll go to Todd Williams, followed by Brenton Corbett, followed by Larry Reamer.
Thank you. And I'll be as quick as I can, but I'm going to turn the gavel over to Commissioner A. Santos while in my absence, but I'll be right back.
Hey, I'm Todd Williams. I'm a landlord and a property manager. I wanted to point out not all landlords are absentee. Everything I manage, either I own or I manage for other local people. We do take care of our properties. We spent the last year upgrading insulation, appliances. We do submit parking plans, all of that. And the 3 non-related, you say you don't want more development. Well, what could be more affordable than allowing an extra person live in a 4-bedroom house? You have a 5-bedroom house, let 5 people live there and split it. You wouldn't have to develop up or out. So there are landlords that do care for it. I would put any of my properties up against any one of these houses that are privately owned. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Madam Clerk?
Brenton Corbett, followed by Larry Reimer, followed by Robert Mounts.
Welcome.
I'm a property manager in
Are
Gainesville.
you Colbert, just to
Forward, you said?
say your name for the record?
Oh, Brenton Corbett. Sorry. I'm a property manager. I deal with mostly college students, so I understand the possible negative side because you've got a bunch of young kids who everybody for some reason puts this negative thing on that they're all going to throw keggers and they're all just going to be crazy and destroy property. I have been doing this for 7 years. I haven't seen that. But what we do have is we have this unfortunate no more than 3 unrelated parties thing that's been going on for who knows how long, older than me. That I really it doesn't make common sense to me. If you have a 5-bedroom house, why can't 5 people be living in it? And talk about affordable housing, I mean, it's just basic math. If you have a house that an owner wants to charge $5,000 for because his expenses are $4,000, whatever it is, if you pack 5 people in it, you can charge them less than you can if you put 3 people in it. It doesn't change the owner's expenses. In fact, property taxes go up. Now they have to pay a rental permit every year. Everything just goes up. So the owners are really the ones that suffer. And really the people that are the best to gain are the apartment complexes that come in and slap in 300 units, and they can benefit from all of this. So my main focus, or my main thing was with the 3 unrelated parties. Also just I feel like college students, and I'm not one, I know I look young, but 38 years old, have 6 kids. So, but I feel like they get a bad rap when really we as single family homeowners around the campus, we can't deny it, UF's here, maybe we have a duty to be better neighbors to these college students, to actually teach them the right way to live, rather than just assume that they're going to live the incorrect way. So I also want to just say appreciate you guys. Man, I thought my job was hard. It's the first time I've ever done this. I can't imagine what you guys go through on a daily basis. So that was all I had to say. Thank you for your time.
Larry Reimer, followed by Robert Mounts, followed by Jean Galligan.
I think Larry Reimer left. I believe I saw him walk
Okay.
out. If you're here, Larry's still outside somewhere, you can come back. Who else?
Robert Mounts, followed by Jean Galligan, followed by Matthew Umanos.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, I'm Robert Mounts, a retired attorney and immediate past president of the University Park Neighborhood Association. In a memo included with this proposal, City Planner Juan Castillo has cited various provisions of the comprehensive plan to show these changes will be internally consistent with the plan, such as the future land use element policy, which says neighborhoods should contain a diversity of housing types to enable a wide range of economic levels and age groups to live in its boundaries. Mr. Castillo also cherry picks policies and objectives showing consistency with the housing element, including provisions ensuring that zoning and other housing regulations do not unduly limit opportunities for lower income groups to secure housing in desirable locations. So I'm going to engage in a little bit of whataboutism, not to distract, but to inform. What about the policy which says the city's future land use map should strive to accommodate increases in student enrollment in areas designated for multifamily development within a half mile of the university and Innovation Square, but outside of single-family development neighborhoods? What about the future land use element goal that exhorts the city to protect neighborhoods and the tree canopy? What about the instruction to ensure city proposals are in keeping with the surrounding character and environmental conditions of specific sites at appropriate locations? What about the housing element's goal to maintain sound, viable neighborhoods and revitalize those that have suffered disrepair or neglect? What about the housing element policy requiring the city to work with neighborhoods on housing issues? What about the policy which requires the city to help neighborhoods develop plans to promote the conservation and restoration of housing that has special historic, architectural, or aesthetic values? What about the requirement to facilitate communication and dialogue with neighborhood groups? What about the obvious interest of Porter's Quarters and Fifth Avenue Pleasant Street to prevent gentrification and displacement? Lastly, what about the housing element provisions that exhort the city to develop strategies to increase the level and desirability of owner occupancy and home ownership in the university context area? Do you really think that allowing developers and out-of-town corporations to build quadruplexes, primarily available for rent to students by the room in family neighborhoods close to the university, promotes owner occupancy and home ownership? We hardly think so. It's not a slam dunk, gentlemen. And the lawyers know that.
Jean Galligan, followed by Matthew Umanos, followed by Abe Goldman.
Hi, my name is Jean Galligan, and I've heard so many people come up here and speak that know the ins and outs of all kinds of policies and the effects of policies, educated people, people with PhDs, and I don't know if you have a recording of all this because I can't remember them all right now, but I hope that you will look over what they said and consider it, and I hope you're open to other plans because it seems to me there are so many better ways of achieving what you're trying to achieve. We do need to grow. We do need more housing. We need more ways for young families and single people to own where they live, but I don't think this is the way to do it. The first gentleman that spoke, Mr. Castillo, talked about leaving something to market forces, and that terrifies me because market forces are for the profit of the people who are the force. And that's not necessarily good for anybody. It's not good for the inhabitants or for poor people or for middle-class people or homeless people or anyone else. So I hope you will really listen to the people that have been up here speaking so knowledgeably and with so much education. But I'm discouraged because since this all has become a possibility, I hear people in the paper, I hear small discussion groups. There are people who have email Zoom meetings and so on. But I've never heard the county commission budge 1 inch or consider any other possibility other than we have to get rid of all single-family homes or single-family home zoning. So I just think there are so many better ways to do it that way more educated people and informed people than I am have brought up today. And I hope you'll consider, and like Jennifer said when she first came up here, I hope you're willing to listen to other opinions, more informed opinions, and maybe tailor what you're trying to do. I mean, everybody here is kind of aghast at what could happen. There's no proven outcomes, there's no plan, there's no data, and worst case scenario, I think we should consider that, and it's pretty bad. Thank you.
Matthew Yamanos, followed by Abe Goldman, followed by Frederick Davis Jr.
Mayor, Commissioners, thank you for taking the time to participate in the workshop. I am in favor, and the Gainesville-Alachua County Association of Realtors is in favor as well of removing the no more than 3 unrelated or occupancy limit as recommended by the city's consultant and the city's planning commission. This is an exclusionary zoning practice. Think about a few young couples, none of which are married, or the Friends TV show or Golden Girls. Any and everything in between is currently not allowed. These are various living arrangements, help spread costs of living, making housing more affordable. Removing the no more than 3 unrelated or occupancy limit would also increase available rooms. We need the inventory. Supply is not meeting demand. While Alachua County added nearly 6,300 rental units between 2000 and 2019, we lost rental units of $1,000 or less. Units at or below $1,000 fell by over 2,600 units between 2000 and 2019. Now adding growth. We are growing and we should be proud of growth. People want to join our great community. By not approving, we are not allowing neighborhoods to evolve to meet the needs of our growing community. Removing the no more than 3 unrelated or the occupancy limit will create more density without any construction. Owners are individuals and rentals are often a tight investment. We don't want them selling or increasing rent. We need to ensure current affordable rentals are kept. Removing no more than 3 unrelated or the occupancy limit may encourage investment and make more properties viable to be rentals and increase the rental inventory. I have heard some concerns. We have great codes department. Some will point to noise, trash, yard maintenance, and similar, but that is why we have codes. We don't need to focus on rentals. Some owners are just as bad at maintaining their yard, being loud, or the like. Parking is a problem for families of 3+ when they have kids that are driving as well. Rentals should not be targeted any differently. Property value has been a concern, but values in the Duck Pond neighborhood with various housing types and various living arrangements have continued to increase with no shortage of demand. The Keating memo provides that as general rule, HUD considers an occupancy policy of 2 people per bedroom under the Federal Housing Administration. The International Property Code Management suggests 70 square feet per bedroom for an individual and shared bedrooms at 50 square feet per bedroom. I urge you to make a motion to remove the no more than 3 unrelated or occupancy limit as the city's consultant and the city's planning commission recommends. Thank you for your consideration.
We'll go
Okay.
back through anybody who we called that wasn't here at the moment. We'll go back through them before we close public comment and come back to the commission. I understand. Yeah, good, Madam Clerk.
Frederick Davis, followed by John Kugler.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. You also can get a parking pass from if you go through the glass doors on this side, you can get a pass for our parking lot out front. Yeah, free. That's
I'm Frederick Davis Jr. I hear that you all have a proposal to increase our property values. I've lived in Gainesville 37 years, and I've seen a lot of changes. When I first came here, it was called the Tree City. GRU had the second lowest utility rates in the entire state of Florida. Well, needless to say, some things have changed and not for the better. We're not called the Tree City anymore. Meg Niedenhofer, if I'm pronouncing her name correctly, used to be our city arborist and tree canopy police person. And she did a magnificent job. As you can see now, everything's getting clear cut. The beauty, the distinctiveness of this college town has disappeared to too great an extent. I hate going down to Krispy Kreme and looking across the street and seeing those big, ugly, tall apartment buildings. They all look like government gray, like no one's got any imagination or any sense of aesthetics. I would be willing to bet most people that live in this city for any period of time are not in favor of what's been happening to Gainesville. Anyway, I know we try to be cool. We're a university city, and we try to be, avant-garde and all this sort of thing. Well, we tried that with a biomass plant. Remember when that was going to be so cool and progressive? And look how that's turned out, and we're all paying for that with the second highest utility rates in the state. So you go from second lowest in the state to second highest. That's not progress, in my opinion. All these little eclectic spots that made Gainesville so cool. I don't know if any of you are hip enough or whatever, but there was this place called The Jam on West University Avenue. And if you could find a place to park, you'd go through this like really narrow bar, like it was about this wide. And you get into the back yard of this establishment, and there were all these giant live oak trees everywhere. They had a music stage that they erected, and musicians would go back there and jam, and it was just the coolest place. They had a fire pit and everything. Well, it's been completely leveled. All the trees have been cut down, and we've got another one of those darn ugly, multi-dimensional, multi-story, unimaginative apartment buildings. So people pretty much live in the neighborhoods that they want to live in, or if they don't, they inch their way toward that goal and hopefully achieve it most of the time. Where I live, we're not rich enough to attract attention from across town. We're not poor enough to have to worry about our neighbors. So it's really beautiful. And we've got a mix of owner-occupied and rental places that works out just fine.
Thank you.
Abe Goldman, followed by John Kugler, followed by Terry Torkelson.
Could I get
You'll need to put it next to it there.
over here?
Yeah.
Oh, great. Okay. All right. All right. So I want to just add to the many, many interesting, important things that people have said. And I'm writing a longer piece about this, but I'm just going to touch on a couple of things. This is really not a progressive proposal. If you consider yourselves progressive politically, generally you don't believe in rampant deregulation and you don't believe in letting the free market, the capitalist free market, just take over and achieve whatever goals you think might happen. But aside from that, correct me if I'm wrong or add to this, it seems to me that there are three main broad objectives of this set of proposals. One of them is to create more affordable housing. Another one, in terms of social justice, is to improve racial and economic equity in housing. Third one is to talk about environmental impacts, a number of which have been mentioned, and previously a number of proponents here have talked about reducing the carbon footprint by creating more density and using lower energy use in transportation. As quite a number of our other neighbors have pointed out, really, the likely outcomes are going to not only fail to achieve these objectives, but in most cases make things worse than they are at present. There's likely to be less, not more, affordable housing. Everything you build now with increased costs of construction and materials and labor is going to be much more expensive than everything that exists at the moment. And so we're likely to get higher rents. At best, we might get a slightly reduced rate of increase of rents. In terms of racial equity, as a number of our neighbors have said, there's likely to be gentrification and displacement because you've created the incentives for that in many lower income and below market rental rates. But there's also likely to be higher carbon emissions and an increased carbon footprint. And because not too many people have talked about that, I'm going to talk about that. And I'm also going to want to talk about the inclusionary zoning, so-called inclusionary zoning. So Gainesville's inclusionary zoning is going to be based on median household income. These are the sort of official U.S. Census figures for 2020. Gainesville's median household income is about $38,000. That means that half of the households here apparently earn less than that. And yet, what's peculiar is the median household income in Ocala is 10% higher, 11% higher. The median household than Gainesville. Median household income in Tallahassee is 22% higher.
Thank you, Mr. Goldman. I'm afraid your time has expired, but we appreciate you sharing that with us today.
Okay, well, let me just say that this is because
we'll take. I got to be equal to everybody, but if you want to send that to the commission, we can make sure we all get the
I
presentation.
will do that.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
John Kugler, followed by Terry Torkelson, followed by Collie Blount.
Mr. Kugler, Torkelson. Mr. Blount, I saw you a little bit ago. Oh, there you are. Again, we'll go through all these names that we called and weren't here one last time before we closed down public comment, just in case somebody didn't hear or was out of the room.
Thank you. So many people are in fear of the destruction of their lifestyle and neighborhood style. But if what you're talking about is infill development, these are the few sparse openings that exist in areas. If you can manage to install some controls against people going in and demolishing existing good housing, single-family housing that's in those areas in order just to take profits for putting in multifamily, then it's not going to change a neighborhood to have a few sparse, scattered lots developed in this way. It's fear of much of nothing, I think. But what we have now, something like 80+% of Black African Americans, and this is nationwide, live in communities that are less than 5% white, and almost 75% of white Americans live in neighborhoods that are less than 5% non-white. This pattern was created historically through Jim Crow, subprime lending, and other dirty means. But now that those things are supposed to be illegal, racial segregation is illegal, subprime lending is sort of gone away, but it's still around. Why has the pattern persisted? It has persisted because of the economic segregation of housing. And our history has also linked income levels and race, and that has not been solved. Do we want to continue to have two Americas, separate and unequal, two Gainesvilles, separate and unequal? So we have to develop, your major impact is going to be on new developments. New subdivisions need to be mixed income housing so that we undo the pattern of economic segregation of housing that has supported, that has taken on the dimensions of historic racial segregation. It's going to be a better city if you manage to break that pattern. You're going to disperse the demand for mass transportation. You're going to even out the levels of tax income base, of property tax base supporting schools. You're going to have a model of policing that has to be the same everywhere because the city looks the same everywhere. We will get rid of food deserts and economic deserts. The Heartwood complex somebody mentioned, that's a good thing if infill in prosperous neighborhoods includes affordable housing. Those are reciprocal and both must happen. High income housing in poorer neighborhoods and affordable housing in more prosperous neighborhoods as a balance.
Appreciate it.
Jane Morowski, followed by Amelia Hall, followed by Victoria Machado.
Okay.
Okay.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. My name is Victoria Machado. I've lived in Gainesville for about 15 years, and I purchased my home just a few blocks north of here in 2017. And I really appreciate making room for affordable, equitable housing. It's really needed here in our community. But I do have several questions, and it's mainly about implementation. So I'm asking, what will ensure that this housing does, in fact, reach the people who need it? And I ask this because soon after I purchased my house, the house next door to mine went up for sale. And I was really excited about getting a new neighbor, a new family, or just a new person. But the person who purchased the house never moved in. Instead, they turned it into a full-time Airbnb. So every weekend, I get new neighbors. And it's been positive and negative, mostly negative for me. The shared driveway has been a problem, and it's exacerbated by the fact that the owner does not live in the neighborhood. And the city can't do anything about my grievances because Airbnbs are regulated on a state level. So this leads to my question. What will prevent an investor from buying up one of these multifamily homes and turning it into a full-time Airbnb? Who will make sure that this is actually implemented in a responsible, sustainable way that promotes community? And I'm 32 years old, and I'm not saying I'm the youngest person in this room, but I do represent a new generation of people who want to support equity and justice and who are open to the possibilities of growth and in a sustainable way. And I'm open to moving away from single family homes, right? So toward building a dynamic and diverse community. But what I don't want is for this to support a facade. Like others in the crowd, I question whether this will support low-income folks or if it will just be a nice side hustle for the rich folks who already live there. Thank you.
Lynn Seals, and I have a Tim W. Don't have a full last name there, and followed by Kurt Johnson.
Thank you for having your ear. I'm Lynn Searles. My husband and I have raised our children here. They've gone to school here, UF. We've lived in the community and really enjoyed it. I just wanted to make a point from the homeowner's standpoint that when people come to Gainesville, they come because they buy into a community, they buy into a city, they buy into a neighborhood. I live in a really nice, multicultural, neighborhood right here in the city limits. And as most neighborhoods, I'm sure people enjoy the rhythm of the neighborhood. I believe all people should have housing. I believe in affordable housing, but I believe that these quads coming into single-family neighborhoods are really the answer. I guess I wanted to say that I worry about the impact that it could have on single-family units, like traffic increase, decrease in property values, noise, and I just would ask you to keep in mind that when you're making your plans, the city planners, I believe that rather than using these quads or increased units, that maybe the future neighborhoods, the new constructions might be used to have many of these multi-units, and just that we could do more with new construction. We could do more with the limits of the occupational limits for housing as well. Many good points were made in that. So thank you for your time.
Tim W., followed by Kurt Johnson, followed by Monique Moss.
Greetings. I live in the Porters neighborhood. We just were visited last Thursday at our neighborhood meeting by the two members right here that started the presentation. They told us that this wouldn't affect us. They told us we didn't have any single family zoning, when I knew my household is single family zoning in the neighborhood. People say that we assume that the students are going to be doing these things. We don't have to assume. We have a mix of multifamily and single family housing in the neighborhood. The new developments that have happened, we're already seeing the problems that we're stating are assumptions. We see the keggers that happen all the time. We see the people parking in our front yards because the developers didn't provide for enough parking for all the people that are living in these things. It's interesting that this proposal uses certain wordings to be opaque in the intentions of what's actually being proposed. They say things like exclusionary when they really mean single-family house protective. They say inclusionary when they really mean pro-developer. We're seeing the parking, we're seeing the traffic, even in the process of building these developments. The contractors are running our roads, our sidewalks. You can see the cracks. There's a claim that this is made for affordable housing, but during the presentation, there was no mention of, I believe it's a 10% ratio. A 10% ratio on 4 units on a quarter-acre property is going to result in 0 affordable housing units. On 8, might result in 1. That's only if you round up. But every time you state families, you don't mean families. You mean units. When you increase it to 4 unrelated individuals, and I see many of the commissioners aren't even paying attention to me, you really mean 4 different students that can be rotated at any given time so that the developers can profit. And they're profiting on the houses and homes that we live in. And they're making us feel uncomfortable. You say you need more density. Well, that means we're going to be crowded. You say things are expensive when you're actually telling us that we're being greedy for having value in our homes that we live in. You don't think of the crowding and value in having that space to live.
Appreciate it. and it's come up a couple times. I just want to be clear that inclusionary zoning, starting with an I, where you require affordable housing and new development, that's not what we're discussing today, which is why it wasn't mentioned in the presentation. We're going to take that up at a future meeting. Today is just about exclusionary zoning, zoning that excludes certain types of housing in development. So that's why you haven't heard the discussion about that part today. Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, if I could clarify that, because I think some people were speaking earlier, saying that they were in favor of exclusionary housing. And I want to be sure exclusionary housing here takes away single-family housing.
Yeah, so.
And so.
Yeah, we'll get into deliberations, but there is those two terms, sometimes you're right, are interchanged.
They're interchanged.
And I just want to make clear that, one, we are talking about exclusionary zoning today, which would change the limits in residential neighborhoods. The other, inclusionary zoning, requiring new development to have affordable housing, that's not what we're talking about today. We will be at a future meeting. Yeah, thank you. Good, Madam Clerk.
All right, Kurt Johnson, followed by Monique Moss, followed by Janie Williams.
Yeah, hi, my name is Kurt Johnson, and I want to follow up on some points the previous person was mentioning. Is the wording that is used and the pictures that are produced seem to be deliberately camouflaging the true intent. Talking about the lot splits, for instance, Juan was up here and he's kept using the word homeowners. We're going to do this for homeowners. Homeowners can split their lot. Well, most homeowners, if they want to split their lot, it would be right down the middle of their house. That is really for developers who will buy the cheapest houses they can find, which are mostly going to be in historic black neighborhoods, for instance, because they can tear the house down. Then they can split the lot in half, and then they can, build the unit. So to present that as something for the homeowners is deceptive, I would say. And quickly on the occupancy limits, I think that there's been some good cases made for raising it to 4 or 5, but there's a big swing between 4 and 5 and unlimited. And someone said, well, hey, don't worry about unlimited because we have the state here to protect us. We have to rely on Tallahassee to protect us from you folks. This is a picture of that's a half-acre lot. Using your setbacks, we still have a buildable footprint of 17,550 square feet. Multiply that times 3 stories, which you're also allowing. Divide that by 250 square feet per person, we're in, hundreds of people. I think if you allow something, the market forces, which you're relying on here, will find a way to use it. You allow it, they'll build it. And so I think that is totally unnecessary. You don't need that many square feet to be buildable. So I think the argument for setbacks is moot. And I want to just point out one other thing. In your plan, it says neighborhoods should contain a diversity of housing, enable citizens in all age groups and so on. Yes, ideally that would be true. But there are inescapable realities, financial, that preclude that from happening. And I think you need to, consider that error in thinking. Thank you.
Monique Moss, followed by Janie Williams, followed by Chris Philly. No Monique Moss. Janie Williams.
She spoke earlier. She was in the back and had the bright print dress on.
Chris Philly. Cody Galligan. Are you Chris? Okay. Followed by Cody Galligan, followed by Lee and Gina Zetlin.
I actually wasn't planning on speaking, but I do feel so moved.
I came at this originally. I've been here since '94. I own a house in Porters. I bought in 2004. I've been there ever since. I used to be exactly like I would say you guys, in the sense of thinking we should upzone and create density. And I always saw Porters. I'll just be complete. I saw Porters being like a Brooklyn, needing brownstones. That's what I kind of hoped would happen until I lived there. And I started to kind of listen more to my neighbors. And honestly, I even, up until very recently, I still thought, we really need to densify. And I still believe that in some way. And I actually kind of started to hang out more with to use the verbiage of YIMBY-NIMBY, the NIMBY opponents. And I've been kind of convinced that they're right. And I don't think they're the bad guys that I used to think they were. I think there are some anti-growth people, and I don't agree with them, but for the most part, I think we can grow Gainesville from Gainesville. And I don't think this is the right way to do it, but I think we have to do it. And I think if we listen to everybody here, we can grow from what we have. And there is a real danger in allowing market forces, quote unquote, to run rampant. And they will often just trample on what exists and what beauty we have here. And so I think it's not going to be easy. And I think these things can be achieved through the community. Like, for instance, I can't stand the setbacks. I want to grow. I want to build into the side of my house. I can't. Why shouldn't I go to my neighbor and say, hey, can I build closer? And if the neighbor says no, then these are things. Why aren't we doing this? We're exceptional. Like, I live in Gainesville because we have a community, and because I love all you. I love all you people up here. I've met most of you, and you're all awesome, and including most of the people back here I've met now. And I have really no problem with anybody. And it's like, why don't we work this out instead of just blanket trying to create this, one size fits all thing, which scares people, and I understand why. And something I wrote on there is, money doesn't talk, it swears. It's a Bob Dylan quote, and it's the absolute truth. And I want us to be talking, and I want us to build from the beauty that is Gainesville and the people here. That is our asset. It will get squashed if we don't do it right. And the state of Florida is very pro land rights, so we have to be really careful with what we do.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay.
Cody Galligan, Lee and Gina Zetlin, and Ronnie Lauer. Nobody's here on that list. Okay. Ann Hazley, Yesha Brill. Okay. Followed by Yesha Brill, followed by Elizabeth Hurst.
Okay, I'm Ann Hazley. I just really wrote, and I wasn't going to plan to speak, but I have to say a few things, as usual. The idea of turning our neighborhoods into little squash buckets of people with no room is just a way to lower the values of our homes so that, and this has been said to me directly, personally, by a commissioner several years ago, and I spoke about it at that time at one of these meetings. And at the time, Mayor Poe instituted the plan of not allowing clapping, because I got a lot of claps. And he instituted the plan at that time of, instead of, because people complain, put your hands up and twiddle your fingers and don't clap. But I spoke again, and this second time, the people still wanted to clap, so they reached underneath the chairs in front of them and clapped their hands so they wouldn't be taken out by the police, as the mayor had warned them. So, and what I did was I talked about the direct conversation that I had with one of the commissioners, a young man, who said, yes, that's good if the values of your homes go down, even if your families have worked very hard to develop that family value and money. And the reason is because then my wife and I can afford one of your homes when the prices go down. And that's been the plan for all these years. And that's still the plan.
Yesha Brill, followed by Elizabeth Hurst. Okay, Ms. Jean Chalmers.
Ms. Hurst, go ahead. Yeah, when your name's called, go ahead and come up.
Good evening. I'm not going to speak about the issue because I'll just second Kim Tanzer. We're so lucky to have a nationally renowned expert in the community. So I just second Professor Tanzer's remarks, but I want to make a couple of comments. I'm a realtor. I've been doing this for 33 years, and I used to have a long list of people that wanted to move in from those places out west and return to a real city. There's no one on that list anymore. People don't want to come because of an uglification of the town. I want to complain about these awful, awful buildings that are going up. And I know you feel that you can't control FDOT because they own the sidewalk and the street in front of them, but you can. I promise you, you can, because when I was a commissioner, we went up against FDOT and we won. Look at a city like Vancouver, where a 26-story building, for every 2 stories you put on, you have to have a tree, or you have to dedicate a park. You have to do something to make it beautiful. You go up 1 level and you have to have it landscaped. The 2nd level, you have to have chairs and umbrellas. Then you enter a lobby. I mean, it's a beautiful city. We are doing so many ugly things in this city. I'm sure Meg Niederhauser's not sleeping well. So I would like you to be strong and try to get some beauty back in this town. Thank you so much. You have a tough job, and we appreciate you.
Ms. Hurst, followed by Christine Koopman.
Good afternoon, Mayor Poe and Commissioners. My name is Betsy Maloney Hurst, and I was born many years ago at Alachua General Hospital. And I grew up in Gainesville. I've called Gainesville my home. I've been lucky to live in many beautiful places in this country and in other countries pre-COVID, I will admit. I had a hard time deciding to come today because I've joined the hopeless, and I didn't think I would. I've been extremely active with the county, the city, commission, school board since 1999, dedicating quite a bit of my life and my time because I cared and I wanted to make this community better. I loved growing up with the creek system, the tree canopy, the parks, and I frankly agree with what Jean Chalmers just said. I have been appalled, and I know so many people, even my own son, who's 30 years younger, has reached that point. I have been disgusted with the high-rises, the lack of planning, the lack of walkability, the lack of tree canopy. Gainesville used to be inviting. It was a community people wanted to move to. We had a culture, we had funky buildings, we had the swamp, we had the St. Francis House, almost 100-year-old building right behind St. Augustine. I can't even find a place to park. I have a bad back. I have a terrible time driving around Gainesville right now. I pick all my routes to figure out which way is the least painful. This community could be a great place. I've worked in special ed. I've been a school psychologist. I've worked with people. I believe in affordable housing, but what you are building is not affordable. I know I've spoken to some of you in the past, and it's not. It's being torn down, the affordable housing. It could have been refitted. It could have been kept. We could have had neighborhoods. We could still have a community before it's gone. Gainesville was a great place to grow up.
I hope it could continue to be a better town. And I hope all of you will think very hard. I know I hear you talk about affordable housing, and there are lots of ways to do it. There's lots of other choices, and still keep this a nice community. Thank you very much.
Our last speaker thus far is Christine Koopman.
I'm the last, huh? I'm not going to speak about the housing. I'm not going to speak about the neighborhoods. Everybody here is so smart, so educated, so well prepared. I would like to talk about how offended I am by your sanctimonious announcement that single-family housing is racist. How dare you? How dare you presume that all of us who enjoy our neighborhoods, enjoy our homes, that we are inherently racist? I'm offended. I'm offended that Commissioner Sacco was so frightened to be in a room of so many people that she fled to her office and couldn't even sit here in front of us because she's afraid of the number of people that may have opposition to her. I'm offended at you, Mayor Poe, that you call me racist. How
I've
dare
never called
you?
you racist, ma'am.
You said single-family housing is racist.
No.
That was written and it's been printed in the paper. It was printed in the Gainesville Sun.
No, ma'am.
I just want you to know that these people here are honorable citizens. We are homeowners. We worked hard for this. We love this city. But to have you preach to us about what you think we should be doing, I think the very first speaker said it very clearly. We need some balance, and we're not sure that you're really listening. That we know that you are embracing the new American city model. We know that the study that we paid for, a lot of money from these earnest young people from New York, compared us to Minneapolis and Portland. We're not Minneapolis, we're not Portland, we're Gainesville, Florida. We are a unique city, and I think we are honorable, and I do not think that we are inherently racist just because we own our own homes. Thank you.
Want me to go back, girl?
Sure.
Okay. Yesha Brill, one last call. Cody Galligan. Lee and Gina Zetlin. Ronnie Lauer. Jamie S. Williams, Monique Moss. Amelia Hall. Okay, just kidding. Jane Morowski. Terry Torkelson, John Kugler, Larry Reimer, Melanie Barr, Jackie Davis, Sherry Hughes, Nicole Cordes, Scott Parker, and Jenny Boymer. And Commissioner's hand.
Okay, thank you. All.
Are you going to read the things that the people who had to?
Yeah, the clerk will put everything into the record. Yeah, we'll get copies of all that. Okay, thank you all for taking the time this afternoon to come down here, share your thoughts with us. Of course, if you chose not to speak today, but you still want to share some ideas or perspectives with us, you can do that via the e-comment or emailing us or phoning or whatever your preferred method of communication is. So still plenty of time to do that, but we do appreciate you taking the time this afternoon. So we are going to now turn to members of the City Commission to ask any follow-up questions or share their thoughts. And again, this is a workshop today, so there'll be no motions made or voted on. But we can give direction to our staff for any follow-up that we might like to see based on that conversation. So we'll start with Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. And
I'm sorry, Commissioner Santos, Madam Clerk? Oh, okay, okay, very good. Yeah, thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mayor. And I've printed out my thoughts. The clerk has them. I don't know if you. Oh, okay, they're my kind of thoughts and proposals on the table there. I want to thank you all for speaking and sharing your thoughts. I truly do appreciate it. I've lived here since 1990 is when my mom moved here to go to the zoo technology program at Santa Fe College. Pretty much been here ever since. I've lived north, south, west, east, and all different portions of our city. I've lived in mobile homes. I've lived in apartments. I've lived in single-family homes. I've lived in duplexes, triplexes, quadruplexes. Lived in single-family homes. I've had roommates. I've not had roommates. I've lived in homes that are 120 years old. And I lived in newer homes. I love our city, and it's a city with a diverse housing. But the status quo is not working. We have to look at how we can make adjustments to that. We have a housing supply issue. There's not enough housing available in our city to meet the increases in our population. Last year, our area population increased by 6,000 people, which means that we would have to build 2,400 new homes just to meet the demand of new people moving here. And in essence, we're running out of developable land inside the city. That's why you're seeing all these green spaces in the city kind of going away, because there's not much left. I think someone mentioned there was one lot left in their neighborhood. Many other neighborhoods, there's not many empty lots available, and that's why you're seeing an incredible amount of sprawl happening to the west, because that's where available land is. I hate sprawl. I think it's the worst thing possible and people mention Orlando and Atlanta and other cities like that. Those are cities that just sprawl. Those are kind of horrible, sprawling cities. And I don't want Gainesville to be a horrible, sprawling city like the rest of Florida. That Florida is just a sprawl. And the reason is because they build a lot of just single-family home suburban development. And I am more supportive of protecting our environmental land and keeping that natural, where you can have bears and foxes and other things going around, and then develop inside the city where having people and keeping the animals and then the people separate. That's why I believe we should look for infill in the city, and this will help with make our city more affordable. I believe the proposals are balanced and an incremental approach. We call ourselves a welcoming city. It's something that we take a lot of pride in, but we need to take action with that, and we need to have housing available for new people moving here. We're also seeing climate refugees. We're seeing heat waves and across the world, and we're already seeing refugees coming from the Florida coastal areas moving to the inland. We are going to see a significant amount of people moving from between Orlando and probably Lake City in the core of our state, moving from the coast as sea levels rise over the next 40 years. That is a reality, and we have to be ready for that. We can't just put our head in the sand and pretend that climate change isn't happening, because it is. And we are going to be the place where those refugees are going to come. I first want to be clear that this will not affect many historic neighborhoods. The density and the neighborhood multifamily will not affect Pleasant Street neighborhood, Porter Quarters, Fifth Avenue, and the majority of Duval neighborhood. I also want to say that the changes before us are in line with the Biden administration's proposals. This is what he is saying we need to do as a city to help make our cities more affordable. He is asking all municipalities around the country and counties to put in proposals like this to help deal with our national housing supply issue. These proposals are supported by progressives like AOC, Senator Booker, Senator Warren, among many other progressive policymakers in our country. There's also proposals to give cities, and Biden's proposal is to give cities who enact these types of proposals more money for affordable housing. Cities who actually make these changes will get more federal dollars. Cities who don't, won't. So we can make our city more affordable, and we'll get those federal housing dollars that have been spoken of if we make changes. But we have to make those changes to be able to get those dollars. I also want to make another clarification, kind of that in these proposals, or none of these proposals will stop someone from building a single-family home. If you want to build one, you still can. And if you have a single-family home, no one is stopping you from living in that single-family home. You can keep your property how you want it. Let's see what. Another person said that in neighborhoods that have multifamily, you can't know your neighborhoods. I grew up many years living in multifamily neighborhoods, and I played in the streets, and I knew my neighbors. It's not about the type of housing, it's being a welcoming person. I think you can find meeting neighbors, no matter if you're in a single family home or in a multifamily home. As a commission, we have to do what is best for our city, even if there are hard choices. The status quo is not working, and inaction is not an option. Getting to the proposals that are in front of us, the land use portion, I believe that we should move to the residential low land use. And the reason why moving to that land use of the two questions of the neighborhood residential land use or residential low that staff is asking us to make a decision on is because that's the same land use that is in residential conservation zoning. And the residential conservation zoning is what is mainly used in our historically black neighborhoods, Fifth Avenue, Pleasant Street, and Duval. And I think that we should not have in the past, we've created separate land uses for historically white areas, and I don't think that's appropriate. I think we should have the same. When it comes to the zoning density, neighborhood residential zoning should have the same density as residential conservation zoning, RC, which I mentioned before, is in Pleasant Street, Duval, and Fifth Avenue. Historically black areas of town shouldn't have to have higher density than historically white neighborhoods. Currently, Pleasant Street, Fifth Avenue, Duval, and Porter's Quarters neighborhoods have a higher density than historically white neighborhoods in town. That's not fair, and that's why you're seeing more development in those neighborhoods and that pressure. We need to change that incentive around by making it a level playing field with our historic neighborhoods. I believe we need to set the neighborhood residential zoning. It should be set at a max of 12 units per acre, which would be the exact same as the residential conservation zoning that we see in Pleasant Street, Fifth Avenue, and in a good portion of Duval neighborhood. I also think that we should have the neighborhood residential zoning, the minimum lot size should be the same for all uses. I believe we should go with option 2 on the bedroom multiplier section, that we remove the bedroom multiplier. I also believe that we should allow cottage, bungalow, and tiny home neighborhoods. This is allowed in the county, and in the kind of pictures in the back, it shows you what kind of tiny home neighborhood or cottage neighborhood may look like. It allows more diverse housing options. For the neighborhood scale multifamily development section, I think we should have the building height for those small scale multifamily at the same height restriction as the neighborhood around it. That would keep it at the same scale. But I do hear that there are other commissioners who want to keep it at 2 floors, and I'm open to that for sure. I also want to bring up the U1 single family zoning district that is not being discussed, but that is a single family zoning district. It is not zoned on any lot in the city, but it is in our zoning code, and I believe we should make changes to it while we're making changes to other ones. We should change that zoning to 12 units per acre for the same reason that I said before. If it's in residential conservation, that's in our historically black neighborhoods, it should be the same zoning in the other neighborhoods. I also think we should allow small-scale neighborhood family as allowed use in the U1 neighborhoods. Getting to another transect zone, I show some pictures in here. This is not in any single-family zoning area. I just want to make that sure. This would be in the U4 and U7 transect zones that I believe we should allow individual row houses and townhouses to be created. This is another form of missing middle housing. And we should have, in the U4 and U7, we should have 0-foot interior setbacks. Right now, townhomes are inherently more affordable. In 2021, the average single-family home in Gainesville, MSA, sold for $299,600, while the average townhome sold for $147,500 in the same period. Our code currently in these zoning districts allows large-scale developers to build row houses and townhomes in these zoning districts, but does not allow a homeowner, one person, to build one row house. This doesn't make sense. Also, many of the historic structures in these zoned areas have 0-foot setbacks already. I believe that we should move forward with the changes that I've proposed and that staff has brought forward, and that we should schedule an ordinance hearing in July. The mayor should schedule one for a special meeting at that point. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to those of you who have been willing to sit through this and are still here. I don't know about y'all, but I'm exhausted. There's a lot to talk about here. I will start off as I started an email that I used to respond to everyone who contacted me in the last week or two. If all you need to know is whether I support removing single-family zoning or not, the answer is no, I don't. Now, there's a lot of nuance there. There's a lot of reasoning behind that I'll go into some of now. If not, it's up on Facebook, and some of you have it in email format right now. We need to start all these discussions, I believe, with a question of what problem is it we're trying to solve. Some of us have an assumption that the problem we're trying to solve is current affordable housing, as well as affordable housing 5, 10, 20 years down the road, a generation or two ahead. It is absolutely true that building patterns that were created in the 1970s and 1980s in our city, and which were widely celebrated, created sprawl and created lots of very uncomfortable things that we are now, I won't say stuck with, but that are what we deal with right now. Some of those are good, some of those are not so good. I've been told we shouldn't be planning for who's going to live here in 20 years. Well, we have to. That's part of the job. And when you don't do that, you're leaving the job undone. We also have to govern for people who are here right now. Our planning staff has done a tremendous job of putting together a lot of detail and some exceptionally good ideas. What we haven't done is made the case throughout the community of exactly why we're doing this. We said, here are the things, we're going to do these things, and a case is made against doing those things, primarily out of discomfort for what's going to happen with those things and why we should do them. I used to be in sales, and I spent a lot of time in fundraising. And what we have here is a classic example of selling features and not benefits. We need to make sure people understand the benefits of something before we say we're going to do it. We didn't do that. And that's nobody's fault, because it isn't really anybody's job to do that. Our planning department Department of Sustainable Development, has done a remarkable job of laying out what's possible and what arguably ought to be done. But I believe that a rip the Band-Aid off approach is the wrong way to approach this. And that's why I don't support it. I would have liked to see us spend 4 hours this afternoon and lots of other meetings talking about very specific tools in our toolkit that can address affordable housing more quickly. The most ardent supporters of what we're talking about this afternoon would generally agree that it's not going to add a lot of housing quickly. It's a slow growth approach. It's something that would, I believe, probably add good affordable housing opportunities in a generation or two, over the course of a generation or two. But we can't prove that. We also can't prove that it'll be a disaster. I don't think it will be. But there's this big chunk of folks in the middle who, kind of like me, think, well, there's a lot we could work on that does reach the goals that we're trying to reach now. And we talked a fair bit about some of those things in other meetings. We just haven't talked about it today. So we should always be starting with what problem are we trying to solve, instead of assuming that everyone agrees that we're trying to solve the same problem, because that clearly is not the case. A lot of folks know and believe that we're trying to solve a problem, and then a whole lot of other folks are thinking, but what does that do to my property value? I hear that. I understand. That's why I don't support that. I'll move on to another thing. with occupancy limits. My question would be, again, what problem are we trying to solve by having occupancy limits? I think the problem we're trying to solve, and I grew up here, so I was around, I think, when we implemented some of those limits. I was a kid, but I remember hearing about them on TV and reading about it in the paper. I think we're trying to solve noise and garbage issues. I think. But I don't really know what we're trying to solve with those because they've been on the books for a long time. Just because something has been on the books doesn't mean it should stay on the books. I would like a more robust conversation about that, but it has to start with what are we trying to solve. And I think, again, that if what we're trying to solve is noise and neighborhood disruption, maybe there's a different way to solve that. Because it is absolutely true that occupancy limits are not enforced because they're impossible to enforce. We're not going to go do bed checks. We don't do it already. We're not going to start doing it, nor should we. So we can pretend that this is a thing that works, or we can be honest with ourselves and consider some other things. I think probably we can achieve a solution to the problem that we're trying to solve of noise and garbage by better funding code enforcement and by giving party patrols at GPD a little more funding and direction. But I don't know. These are things we need to think about and talk about. I am interested in lot splits. I've had local folks, small-time developers. Developer's not a bad word, by the way. Most of us, live in a home that was built by a developer of some sort. I do. I think most of us do. Mr. Philly's a developer. And they're local good folks who are trying to do good things with small pieces of land, and we need to do something to empower those folks. I'd like to see us able to do that. One of the ways I think we could do that is by considering how we deal with lot splits. I have heard from folks that is a problem. Now, one of the things I was hoping for is that we would have some folks here today to talk about that who've personally experienced it. I'm not a builder. It would be great to hear from those folks. I was hoping that we would have some of them here, or at least, have them write in to be specific about their concerns instead of just having staff bring solutions. It's always good to have folks from the community who have experienced a problem come in and talk about their experience, as well as folks who just oppose it because. So there's a lot to think about. I would tell you also, we still have Tree City USA designation. Our tree canopy is robust. The first or second highest percentage of trees in Florida. It moves around. But if you look at pictures from the 1970s of big chunks of Gainesville, like, say, downtown, there are no trees. We've added a whole lot of trees. There are places trees have been taken down, and I miss it every time they get taken down, but we've also added a lot of trees in other places. So let's not spread that untruth, because we do have that designation still. I want to also hit another item. The biomass plant, Deer Haven Renewables, is our least expensive source of energy right now, and has been for a good little while. We pay about 3.5 cents per kilowatt for energy production from that. That's an important thing that folks need to know. We talked earlier about the very confusing titles of all this stuff. Exclusionary zoning, man, that sounds like something nobody wants to do, right? But you don't know what it really means. I mean, you have to remind yourself of what it actually is over and over. Inclusionary zoning is an entirely different kind of thing. We shouldn't use them in the same sentence, certainly in the same presentation, because they're different things, and I'm glad that we're going to have a different discussion about inclusionary zoning. Thank you for listening to me ramble about this. I do not support removing single-family zoning, primarily because we haven't established exactly what we're trying to accomplish and gotten buy-in from the community. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What we are trying to accomplish is
to create more mixed income housing throughout Gainesville. That is the benefit of passing these ordinances. I also want to be very clear because I think there is a lot of confusion going on. We are talking about small scale multifamily housing. We are not talking about large high rises in neighborhoods. And as I have spent the better part of the last 2.5 months talking door to door with people about what this all means, I think there are a lot of people who are interested in having this conversation. And I think what they want to know is, how can I be certain about what is going to change in my neighborhood? There are plenty of limitations that are being put into these ordinances. The most important thing that I want to get across today, I support the recommendations and I support the additions from my colleague, but there is one thing that every time I express it, it gets almost unanimous support from neighbors, and that is a 2-story limit for the neighborhood scale multifamily. I think that this is an appropriate measure to take. I think that it sets a great example, and I think that it reflects what you see mostly in Gainesville, and most people aren't building 3 stories anyway. Single-family housing is not being eliminated. In fact, with these recommendations, you can now build single-family housing on smaller lots that you previously could not. What we are going to do, I hope, is we are going to end the wealthy monopoly of one type of zoning across this city. And I've heard people say, well, why don't we try this in this neighborhood? Or why don't we try this in that neighborhood? That would only lead to complete inequality. The only equitable thing to do is to not give special treatment and to not give carve-outs. This has to be equitable across the city. I am very glad to see support on the commission for removing the unrelated persons limitation. I have always found that to be discriminative. And I believe that this is going to change the status quo for housing in Gainesville. Like everyone up here, I grew up here. I have actually, when I was a kid, my parents left, brought me back, and then I left for college, and then came back. And we are choosing to live here, just like everybody else. The census has shown us a lot more people are choosing to live here too, for various different reasons. Some of it I've heard from individuals, some of it has to do with climate change, some of it has to do with the fact that they like living here. Gainesville has more to offer now than it ever has before. But we have a problem. We have a problem with housing supply, and that takes time. That cannot be fixed with a magic wand, but it does take time to fix. The ending of exclusionary zoning is not a silver bullet. It is one piece of the puzzle that we have to tackle to make housing affordable and available for all. And that is the most important thing, that there are more housing options available to more income levels all throughout our city. There was one comment that came up about short-term vacation rentals. This commission actually, we were writing an ordinance. We passed an ordinance to regulate short-term vacation rentals. The very next week, Tallahassee passed a law that said no city can have any regulation over any short-term vacation rentals. I believe Airbnb helped write that law. So what I will say to folks, and what I've said, because I get calls all the time about complaints, is that, if you're in my district, I'm willing to reach out to those companies because they always say, well, we want complete customer satisfaction in all the neighborhoods, and I put them to the test on that. So I really appreciate everyone coming to express their thoughts, whether we agree or disagree. That's the nature of a democratic society. And it just means a lot to me that we have the opportunity to have these discussions in the public, because in many countries, we don't. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I want to start off with, I think one of our neighbors misunderstood why I had to leave my office. I am visiting, or rather I am having family visit me who are in their 80s and their 90s. And I'd rather not put, a dozen very elderly folks in danger by being in a room with unmasked people of uncertain vaccination status. I'm trying to take care of my family, and that's why I'm in my office trying to still do my job. As for the actual topic, I will agree briefly that I do support removing the 3 unrelated person cap. Just a few short years ago in law school, you don't make a lot of money, you have a lot of expenses, and you can't find a place to live that's affordable with people your own age who want a quiet place to be. And a lot of folks tried to rent out homes, but would get capped at 3, and it made it really difficult and more expensive for young people to really start, I don't want to say adulting, but moving forward. I think lifting that cap lets folks have roommates of their choice and homes of their choice. And that way they have a little bit more control over their personal finances and where they can go. They aren't just limited to one of those bedrooms in a by-the-bed apartment building. That gives a lot of freedom of choice back to our neighbors. As for the bigger topic at hand, I will support it. And that is all I will say on that, because I think plenty has been said tonight. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a few questions and then I have some comments. I think Mr. Castillo started out with 63% of city zones for single-family housing, correct? Okay, what is the occupancy rate there of that 63%? How much of it is already occupied, single-family occupied?
For those watching at home, there's a discussion going on between
Yeah.
Mr. Persons and Mr. Castillo to try to get the number right.
Is my question clear?
I believe so. So, sounds like you're wanting, but anyway, so the answer to your question is 40% single.
Okay, so in Gainesville, would you say that 40% of our housing is single-family occupied and 60% student occupied?
40, is that correct? Sorry, I'm gonna.
Would you say that, is that pretty close to it?
Mr. Mayor, we're roughly about 60% renter, 40% owner occupied.
That's what I wanted.
Yep.
Okay, 60% and 40%, 39%. But so, Mr. Persons, if you could stay at the podium for just a moment. Thank you. That's what, I think that when you give a report, that is a very important distinction to make in any report you give when you talk about single-family housing. Thank you. Okay, Dr. Jenny Maurer mentioned something that was disturbing, and I'd like to get some clarity on it, and because it has racist overtones. She said that there's a single-family deed covenant, and I think she said you commented on it at some point.
Perhaps they're referring to deed restrictions in the public record. Well, can I answer any questions about that?
Well, I wish she was still here. Oh, there she is. Okay, there she is. Mr. Mayor, would you allow her to come back to the podium? Because I'd like to get some clarity on this very issue.
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not advocating.
I know. I know.
Okay. What is the question?
Well, the question is, these deed covenants for single-family housing, you're saying that these still exist in Gainesville?
Oh, heavens, yes.
Okay.
Yes. In fact, I'm pretty sure that the plat that my house is on, that would be a significant neighborhood, probably, I mean, I know there's still the language, The question is, are they enforceable or not? I mean, we know the racial and nationality ones
Okay.
are not. But this restrictions to single-family housing, you have to deal with that one way or another. Either you exclude that or you don't exclude it. And you got one set of problems if you do, and a different set of problems if you don't. And if you don't already know exactly what you think about that, then this needs a great deal more analysis and research.
All right, okay, thank you. Thank you. All right.
Mr. Mayor, can I add to that? So, so there are deed restrictions in the city of Gainesville in a lot of neighborhoods. Some are expired, some are still in effect. Those are private arrangements. They do not change the city's ability to zone property, to issue building permits. They're essentially civil contracts between other people who own property in the plat. So any sort of enforcement of those restrictions, with a large majority of those, would come from one private property owner in that plat against another. But the city wouldn't be party to it. It's not something that we're sort of separate on those issues.
All right, thank you, thank you. Okay,
Well, okay, let's,
all right.
Commissioner, if you want to go on.
Yeah, I do. I want to
Okay,
continue.
So I'm going to defer to the commissioner here.
Thank you, Dr. Maurer. We'll just discuss it later, but thank you very much. Okay, and thank you, gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Growing up in Tallahassee, my mother always said to me, learn the rules of the game. And when you learn the rules of the game, then you can walk in on your own merit. No special exceptions. And so one of the rules was to get an education. The second one was to buy a home, because that's the American dream. And as an African American, you will use your home to build generational wealth. That's why single-family homes are so important. That's why you heard the people from Azalea neighborhood speak about that because that's what they receive the same type of information. That's what they've worked for, to own their home, build that wealth so that they can pass it on to their children. And that is how we will get ahead. But when I ran for the city commission, it was on neighborhood preservation. And neighborhood preservation to me means maintaining single-family neighborhoods, because that is where people have their property, that's where they have their work. So I think that today we have only just begun to hear from people, and I appreciate the 4 hours we've spent, because this has been very enlightening, and I think this is only the second meeting we've really had to discuss exclusionary zoning. And I think that what we've discovered today is that people want more information. So I'm not ready to support the recommendations from staff. I'm not ready to support the recommendations from my colleague, because I don't think we have enough information. I just want to comment on a few things that people said. Jane Berman Holton brought up a very important point. She said the comprehensive plan, we don't need to rush into this at this point, that there's no need for the rush for us to move with all deliberate speed to change Gainesville, change what we're doing, because the comprehensive plan, as she said, is not due really until 24, 26. That's one. Peggy Carr talked about the environmental degradation that will occur here. We have not taken the time to look at the environmental impact of this massive zoning change. The infrastructure has not been evaluated. Then we have not, I think Dr. Tanzer raised an important point, and I think it's one that we should look at in terms of looking at affordable housing. When she said that the city should look at the property that it already owns, and perhaps that's where we could do a pilot to begin to address affordable housing. The power district, that we have the property. So I think what needs to happen is we need to look at how we can take the property that we already own, do a public-private partnership to experiment in terms of getting affordable housing out to the people. that is why it was so important to be able to earmark the ARPA dollars so that we would have dollars for which to do that with in terms of getting affordable housing. I think that we need to have more workshops with our neighbors, because I think people are just beginning to understand what's going on. To have this room filled to capacity today and the downstairs filled with capacity, our neighbors are quite concerned. They are in fear of what this commission is about to do to their property. And one reason they are in fear of it is because of the Burt Harris law. It is my understanding that if this passes, it will take an act of Congress to undo it. It is just so devastating. And it's so devastating to this community. We need to take our time, move cautiously. There may be some who are concerned with creating a legacy or making their mark on housing, but I think that this is not the way to proceed. I think it is unfortunate, it is quite unfortunate, that single-family housing and the word races are used in the same context. It is because single-family owners, housing owners, are not inherently racist. I am a single-family owner. I'm not a racist. And I think that we definitely need to uncouple those terms, uncouple them. At this point, I think that we need to proceed with continuing listening, hearing from our neighbors, knowing that there is no need to rush to amend the comprehensive plan at this point, because this commission doesn't need to do that. Perhaps the next commission should look at it for 24, 26, but that we should not put our community at risk because people want to leave a legacy. The legacy should be that we make our neighbors and proceed with an affordable housing plan with the dollars that the Biden administration has passed on to us. Now, I don't think that if President Biden was to look at Gainesville, I think he would be disappointed to hear that the racist term and the single-family homeowner are in the same sentence. That's one. I think he would say to us that you need to look at your community and listen to your citizens. And if you've got people coming out to discuss this, you need to provide more opportunities for them to discuss it. But that you do not need to move with all deliberate speed and destroying their neighborhood as they know it and destroying the community as they know it. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I jotted down several notes throughout the course of our neighbors speaking to us, and I just want to first of all start by saying thank you to all of you who took the opportunity to come out today and express your concerns. They are legitimate concerns. Every single person that stood up and spoke today expressed a legitimate concern, and there were some things that just kind of resonated with me in terms of some of the words that I heard used today. I heard the word heritage used. I heard equality used. I heard jobs used. I heard businesses and East Gainesville and food deserts and affordable housing and so many other words that we should indeed be focusing on. When I ran on the platform of equitable development. And when our city manager was pulling together the framework for affordable housing, I asked that that definition be included, and I asked that it be included for a very specific reason. And it is because equitable development allows for each community to be considered and brought to the table and developed equitably. We say that equity is important to us. And this very commission committed, I believe, a couple of years ago to a racial equity toolkit. And I believe several hundreds of thousands of dollars were spent on that, and that was great. Inside of that was a toolkit for equitable development. And I've made mention of it before. I know we have not necessarily been we're not dealing with GARE anymore. We have not utilized the tools therein, but they still belong to us, and those are things that I do not believe we should abandon. The Environmental Protection Agency has several interesting resources that I think we could benefit from, and frankly, shape some policy around, because I am a little uncomfortable with piecemealing decisions like this. I think it's important for us as a body to not just say that equity is important to us, but to show that it's important to us. And I think you do that through the creation of policy. But the Environmental Protection Agency has a particular tool for creating equitable, healthy, and sustainable communities. Strategies for advancing smart growth, environmental justice, and equitable development. And I think that's part of what I've been hearing in here today, the marriage of all of those components that could potentially move us towards the affordable housing that we know that we need, that would move us towards being able to maintain single-family zoning, and all of the other things that our community members in here have addressed. My problem right now is that we don't have a plan. We don't have a plan. And I appreciate staff for bringing this forward, but right now I am uncomfortable with this. The level of analysis that I believe needs to be put into this, I don't yet see. I would love to see us not just continue these conversations, but I would love to see us do that in a very meaningful and intentional way in terms of allowing our neighbors' input to be implemented. Might sound a little dangerous, but I think that's what we're here for. I don't know whether it's an equity analysis. I'm not sure whether it's an equitable development framework. I feel the city manager getting tight. That's okay. That's okay. At the end of the day, what I'm suggesting is that these types of decisions that have long-term impact, immediate impact, but also long-term impact, I want to be sure that we think very, very long and hard about, and that we hear meaningfully from our neighbors. This strategy that I mentioned from the EPA, in that they practice meaningful community engagement. There were sessions where the community had a chance not just to come and say what they don't want, but there were visioning processes where they got to say, this is the Gainesville that we want to see. And I think right now that's the piece that we're missing. And I don't believe we need to miss that. And perhaps that's a part of your plan. I see you. And that would be wonderful if it is.
Mr. Mayor, if I might respond.
Let's wait till the commissioner's done, and then I'll certainly recognize you.
Sure. Thank you.
Madam Manager, I hope that that is what you're going to say, but at any rate, equitable development is something that I want this commission to reach back to. We have a toolkit, we have a framework, that, or at least some tools that have already been provided for us, and something that we paid for, and I think we don't need to ignore it. I think as we move forward, that should be one of the principles that propels us forward in all of the decisions that we make that are development oriented. I'll sum up my comments by saying I just believe we need some sort of overarching policy or guide that helps us to make these decisions. And it should be equity. That equity should be racial, that equity should be social, that equity can be applied in a number of different ways. But if equity is not meaningfully applied in these decisions, we're going to end up with a Gainesville that a lot of us will not benefit from, that a lot of us will not like, and that a lot of us won't want to live in or be able to live in. And that's certainly not what I want to see. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Manager, did you want to jump in there?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I think the overarching piece, Commissioner Duncan Walker, that you may be looking for is in fact the comp plan that the city has been working on prior to my even coming to the city. Mr. Persons can step forward, but I believe that it is a comp plan that it covers all of the elements of a sustainable community, if you will, and it is based on equity. I know it is still moving. It had a very serious community engagement process around it with visioning. I mean, I saw the schedule of community engagement meetings that took place. I was here for the presentation before the commission. I know that that process still needs to go through, some other steps, but I believe that that plan, if you will, has been presented to the commission. It covers almost every element of what makes a community an equitable, healthy, sustainable community, and it had the involvement of the Office of Equity and Inclusion.
Correct.
And it is based on equity. So you may want to just expand on that, since it was a process that took place prior to my coming, but I do know that that plan is something that the commission is already aware of.
You did an excellent job, for the record. But the comprehensive plan, specifically as it relates to equitable development, and then it is the sort of overarching plan for the city. Its intent is really to help guide decision making, and as we've sort of talked about a little bit, the comprehensive plan that the city's been working on for the last year or so is baking equity into the core foundation of it. It's equity issues and concerns are in every chapter. It is the direction of the commission for us as staff to produce a plan, a comprehensive plan that's very different than what we have today. That has that takes into account social, environmental justice concerns that we simply don't have in our existing plan and haven't as a community for a very long time. So I think that is the sort of guiding framework, because it both has a decision-making component to help the commission make decisions as well as staff, but it also sets priorities for how we spend public dollars for funding. It's a legal document in the state of Florida, so it has a lot of benefits for that being the sort of the overarching plan.
Thank you very much for that. And I'm actually glad to hear that, because I remember speaking with you about that, Mr. Persons, when it was not a part of that. So I'm glad to know that it has been implemented.
Yes.
And I do know it was prior to the interim city manager's arrival. I remember also asking that we have a very clear and concise definition for equitable development. I see that has been included. I will still say, I believe there is room for us to dig a little deeper.
Always.
Always, you're right. I think if equitable development were at the core of us doing business, that this presentation today would have been a little different. So that's one of the reasons that I mentioned that. I need us to move from just talking about it and being about it. So with that being said, I'm looking forward to more meaningful engagement. I'm looking forward to hearing more from community members, the experts who have knowledge, the people, and you, your degree doesn't necessarily, that's not the only thing that qualifies you as an expert. But living in a community and knowing what it is that you and your family need as you look into the future, that makes you an expert. So I'm grateful to hear that it's there. I want to see it applied. And I'll go ahead and stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Manager, for bringing up that clarification. Before I go back around to everybody for a second opportunity to speak, I've been around big, difficult issues. This is one of them. What I've learned is if you support the issue, everything's moving too slowly. And if you oppose the issue, you're rushing it. That's been consistent, depending on what side of the issue you're on and how you support it. We cannot say we're rushing this issue. It has been something that we have been working and focused on for years now. And it is absolutely rooted in equity and equitable development. That is why we're doing this. The status quo has led to abject inequity in our community. The status quo, where we are right now, is not working. I agree with my colleagues and members of our public who have pointed out, this is not a panacea. It's not as if the commission passes this and within 6 months we're going to see the affordable housing crisis disappear. That's not going to happen. It's going to be very gradual and incremental change over a long period of time. Because most people that live in single-family neighborhoods are going to stay there. And even if somebody decides to move out or moves into assisted living, the costs of raising a house, buying it, and then destroying it and building something new make the economics unlikely to work out. But it will, over time, allow more families to choose where they live in our city and what kind of housing they want to live in. And I guess we've all given our anecdotes from our youth in this conversation, and that's good, that grounds us. I've lived in all these kinds of houses as well around the city. I've been as poor as one can get while still being housed. And I've been homeless. I've been so poor I was not able to afford a home for many months. But I remember one particular house, and it just brought me a lot of joy. It still is in Fifth Avenue. It was originally a single-family home, and then at some point it got converted to 4 small apartments. So my brother and his roommate lived in one of them. A married couple lived upstairs in another. A single guy lived in one of the others upstairs, and another couple guys lived downstairs, all in this one house. And it was a great place to live. None of them owned a car. They were able to get to work and to school. They loved their neighborhood. They were active participants. And that is illegal to build right now. It offered an opportunity for all of those people to live in a place and in a situation that brought them joy and kept them safe and connected to their community. And it's illegal to build right now. So I don't want this commission or the next to see us taking action on this, and in my opinion, hopefully passing it, as the solution to all the problems. We have got to dedicate much more of our public money towards housing, and I agree. One of the things I'm most disappointed about in my tenure is the lack of movement in the Power District. That has presented such an incredible opportunity, and I'm so disappointed that we've started and stopped so many times. But that opportunity remains. We've got to use our public money for public-private partnerships to create that significantly affordable housing for the 80% and below AMI folks. We've got to continue to find ways to invest more and more money in our community land trust. We have got to look at how we can preserve existing housing stock. All of those are part of a framework that the city manager put together and hired Mr. Harris, our housing expert, our senior housing strategist, to implement. But when you take 63% of the residential area in our city and disqualify it from anything but the most exclusive type of development, you're never going to be able to get, and plus you continue very exclusive housing patterns. Literally within a stone's throw. I mean, if I have like an 8-ounce rock, I can hit the roof of 3 houses from my driveway that are all vacant. That does nothing for my neighborhood. That adds no value to my neighborhood. Certainly adds value to the people that own them. But they've been vacant for years. I so wish that those were 2-family homes where families of modest means and their children could live there, could go to the, in my opinion, best school in the city, Carolyn Beatrice Parker. I'm biased. That they could live within biking or transit distance to the major job hubs in our city. That's not legal right now. It's illegal for that to exist in our city. So we do benefit from more diverse housing stock to create more diverse and inclusive neighborhoods. And this is one, but an important step in that direction. So I encourage us to continue having the neighborhood outreach meetings, Madam Manager. The folks that are interested in this are very interested and will continue to participate. And I fully intend to work with the clerk to schedule 2 meetings in July, 2 special meetings where this will be the only item up for discussion, to continue to move this forward. Our city must take these modest but important steps if we are to allow for, as Commissioner Duncan Walker often reminds us, and I'm thankful for that we've got to take the action through policy to make sure we're equitable, not just talk about it. And that, to me, is exactly the next step we need to take. We'll go back around, and then, of course, again, we're taking no action today. We do have another item on our agenda, believe it or not, that has to do with, I think, just a recap of the workshop. So that I think will be brief. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. Duncan Walker, Commissioner Duncan Walker, you brought up a great point about equity being a part of this, and that's why when we hired the consultants for this, and we asked them to look at exclusionary zoning and to bring back the recommendations that are before us, we asked them that equity be at the core of their recommendations that they bring back. That was our direction to them, that they look at equity, they have an equity lens of looking at exclusionary zoning, and then the recommendations they bring back to us have equity at the core. So that's what we are seeing today. I do want to kind of clarify things so the staff has, I know we can't make a motion, but at least staff has a clear direction, because I know something they've asked for, and I believe there are 4 votes for this. That the mayor call special meetings in July when we get back to hold the ordinance's readings. That we move forward with staff recommendations with a couple changes, that the proposed changes I brought forward, except that we include Commissioner Ariola's proposal to cap neighborhood multifamily scale development at 2 stories.
Thank you. Commissioner Sacco?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I know we can't make a motion, but I would certainly back that that ask and suggestion of staff. My comment was more about okay, I can see Mr. Nee. The Burt Harris Act has been brought up a few times, and the last time it was brought up, I spoke to one of my law professors who is a premier scholar in takings of the constitutionality of it. I asked him his opinion on it after my own legal analysis. His analysis is that it would not apply because we are not restricting the use of any one property. We're actually amplifying the land use applicable, the uses that land have applicable. But I just want to confirm with Mr. Nee before we keep saying this, and then people will be afraid that, or hopeful that they can sue us. But I wanted Mr. Nee's opinion.
Yeah, Mr. Nee, if you wanted to opine today, or at least be prepared by the next time this comes up to opine.
I will accept a memo at some point.
I think we're more than happy to come back at a later time with a more full explanation, but I would agree that it's my understanding that in general, Burt Harris would stand to address a regulation adopted by the government that would inordinately burden an existing right. Whether there could be a creative use of that to say that it's burdening the use of your right when you upzone, that's the issue really that we would want to look into, be more specific about. I think part of the concern raised by a citizen was that if you take this action thinking that you could then go back to the way things are, then you would have potential problems. So it's a broader issue than I think than a quick answer might be able to give, but we'll be happy to be ready for that broader explanation if and when the time comes.
Yeah, we'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Nee.
That was all, Commissioner Sacco?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Chesney.
Okay, thank you. So if the broader explanation is going to be that, once this ordinance that you all are putting together takes place, it can be undone. Is that what I'm hearing?
I think that's what he's going to come back to.
That's what it's going to come back. Okay, but so then that is quite refreshing. Now, what I'd like to clarify with the manager, or Mr. Persons, thank you, is when is the comprehensive plan mandated that it arrives in Tallahassee from Gainesville?
We're on our, with respect to the comprehensive plan, we're on our own schedule, essentially.
So then there is no rush. There is no rush to get it to Tallahassee.
Not for the comprehensive plan, no.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I answer to anything, you know. I'm happy to do so. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to make a plug for my District 3 Town Hall, which will include this discussion. That'll be June 30th, 6 p.m. Here in Chambers. Let it not be said that the District 3 Commissioner is doing everything I can to talk about what this is, what it isn't. There is every effort being made on my part, and I know the staff is working very hard, but it's also incumbent upon us commissioners to make that our point as well. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you all for the discussion, including all the folks that showed up today and took time out of their afternoon. We do have this other item, affordable housing workshop on inclusionary and exclusionary zoning. And I think this is really a recap of what that is. So Madam Manager, I think we're all tired. We don't want to rush anything, as we said, but we don't want to unduly delay things either. So,
No, Mr. Mayor and members of the commission, we simply put a summary together
Yeah.
of the meetings that we had. Mr. Harris is here. We tried to put the summary together in a way that, it was clear, that we had reasonable attendance at most of those meetings. And we tried to authentically capture the comments that came from everybody at those meetings. Mr. Harris, if you want to add to that, it was just simply making sure that, we included that.
yeah, and those comments were included in backup, as well as
Yes.
in the previous item. A lot of those neighborhood workshops were included as well. Mr. Harris, you gonna fight for the microphone, or you gonna? No, I think it was there for informational purposes. It's not, it's not a discussion point so much, but I did not want to leave it unsaid. Okay, thank you for that. Any member comment? Okay, then we have reached the conclusion of our business. Y'all have a good summer. Be safe out there, and we will see you in July. We are adjourned.